c'est dur. Laissez-nous arrêter. Un problème. Putain! C'est quoi ce problème? J'ai jamais eu ça, évidemment. Faut que ça arrive à un moment donné. Putain. Mais non, je sais pas pourquoi. Aucune idée. Ça s'arrête. Une perturbation. Il y a un truc à la con. 1,215. Qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Qu'est-ce qui se passe ici? Oui, je suis là. Qu'est-ce que c'est que tout ça? Saloperie. Bien. C'est ça, ils ont tout connecté, ils ont tout à fait ou quoi? J'ai jamais eu ce problème. Jamais eu ce problème. Et ça arrive vraiment. Et j'arrive pas à savoir combien j'en ai. Putain, ce que j'aime pas ça. En dernière minute, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Qu'est-ce qui se passe là? Il me hack mon système. C'est con là. Ok, 2 secondes. J'ai jamais vu ça. Jamais. Bien sûr, il y a un début à tout. Bien sûr qu'il y a un début à tout. Mais c'est pas possible. Ce début à tout. Il n'arrive pas par hasard. Peut-être.
Non, sono italiano. Abbiamo una maglia solo di 6 anni, quindi sei open? Ah.
Vai.
Un gioco, no?
Buongiorno.
Ah. Qui, we need to check. Round 2. Round 2. Okay. Auto update sources, right? And then...
Yes, I put the flags, the rating.
Beautiful.
Normally.
Benjamin Henderson. You know what? We have a little bit, if you can see, there is like a black space. It could be here, you see?
Oh.
Like it gives some, it probably should be blue till the very end.
Yes, of course. I don't know why.
And
Because
yeah,
you know, I have to add this, but I don't know. It didn't appear.
let's close and open then.
Yes, but
maybe
it didn't
it-
appear before.
Let me do.
Yeah, let me check.
Other round?
But it takes a long time to download.
Ah.
50 games.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I erase or
Yeah, we can go back to the previous.
yeah, just erase. So this.
This is one. I mean, we can open one, I don't know. Yeah, now it's okay. Now it's okay. Let's see from previous. Okay, 10 minutes. I'll be back. I'm getting a coffee.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's collaborate on this. Oh putain ça. Bien sûr, bien entendu maman.
Hello.
Hi Alex.
Hi. How are you?
It's fine, it's fine. You want to go? Please.
Yeah.
And you?
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
So, of course.
Hi.
I already started from my side. So,
We are ready for yourself.
means I just want, so when it's coming.
Okay.
How was yesterday?
It was good. Thank you.
The light was coming, huh?
Ah, yeah. The light was. Yeah, I don't know now.
Now they fixed something.
Yes.
So, Amy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I send the signal. I check. So let's send to here.
It will be a little bit hot here, right? Yes.
Sorry?
It will be hot. I don't know.
Just checking there is yeah, the sound. I think the sound is good.
So you can see the light. The light was okay, right?
Yeah.
Welcome to the second round of the Sardinia Chess Festival.
Yep, welcome. So once again, we're starting with a little bit of a delay. The round has started, but do not worry, we have a lot of chess today to cover, so no problem there. So what's your first impression about like commentating on this open tournament, like witnessing the games, you know?
Actually, I really enjoyed it yesterday. I think we had really exciting games. Some surprises like Jordan Forest
Absolutely,
game.
yeah.
Yeah, and also the precious Italy here. Everyone is happy playing chess in
Absolutely.
Sardinia.
So the only thing that I was thinking would kind of make me not perform well if I would be playing is Italy itself. Yeah, like it's impossible, you know, chess players, you have to be dedicated and stay inside your room and prepare. It's almost impossible here. It's such a lovely place. So players have very hard task to enjoy, you know, the beautiful Sardinia and at the same time play very solid chess. Speaking of surprises, I believe we will have many more of those because, well, today it's only round 2, but already some tough pairings. Already,
In the second round, we start right here.
So if we check Fedoseev, our top seed today has the black pieces against Benjamin Haldersen, international master from Norway, I believe, right? So already, you know, not an easy task, especially with black. And yeah, you can see pairing yourself, and on board 3, once again, a notable thing on board 3, we have 2 grandmasters playing each other already in the second round. So this is not very typical for an open tournament, but there it is. So what else? We probably will stay on those like top 10 boards mostly, plus checking the streamers, both those sisters and Sak, yeah. Well, once again, I don't think we mentioned, so the streamers playing in the B tournament, right? So now they are leading the B tournament.
The Bote sisters are playing in the B tournament, but Sak is playing in the A tournament.
Oh,
so
right.
It's a little bit challenging for him.
Absolutely. All right, and yeah, we can see both sisters started their games. I can see Alexandra has already played quite a lot of moves, I have to say.
Yeah.
So this is, from the looks of it, from the camera view, it looks like some theory in Benko Gambit or Volga Gambit, whatever.
I saw Alexandra in the last tournament. She had a really nice game, if I'm not wrong, in the Benko Gambit. So I think probably that's why she's feeling comfortable, and this is prep or something.
Yeah, could be. I'm not sure about this last A full move, but we will see it later on. Anyway, we'll see it later on. And for now, I suggest let's start. Let's start with board 1, board 2, and so on. So board 1, however, and this is the position you have right under our low camera. Haldersen with Fedoseev, not much to discuss yet, so they've played the French defense, or Fedoseev rather, played the French defense, knight c3, knight f6, and it might have been a bit of a surprise. If I'm not mistaken, French defense is not the main, the main line for Fedoseev, so he usually plays the Sicilian. He played quite a few of e4, e5 games, so French. Maybe occasionally he plays some, but not a lot. Anyway, this is one of the tabias here. You can go bishop g5, of course, which is completely different animal. Bishop g5, and I would not be sure what is his move here, because you have bishop e7, but also you can play so-called Rubinstein French to take on e4 and to go either bishop e7 or knight d7 is also a move. So bishop g5 is one thing, and e5 is of course also very, very popular. Knight f2 d7, f4, c5. So white tries to support this big pawn center, right? Black undermines it with c5. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop e3, a7, a6. Okay.
Yeah, and also, can you go back a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Which one? Here.
Yeah, after when you suggest bishop g5, you can answer with bishop b4.
Yeah, I didn't mention it because it's like kind of not played on a high level, but I wouldn't remember the reason why, to be honest. Yeah, it's so-called McCutcheon attack, if I'm not mistaken, and the line would be e5, h6, and then if you go for something like that, or bishop h4, it's actually fine for black.
Yeah.
So I think what you do is bishop d2, then they take on c3, you take with the pawn, strangely, knight to e4, queen to g4, and then black has either it has to defend the g7 pawns. It's either king f8 or g7, g6, and it is considered to be better for white. But again, I would not remember all the details. So you could easily say it is playable, right? So it's definitely is one of the moves, bishop b4.
Thank you. And have you mentioned Vladimir is not used to the French, so what do you think he played on?
Well, he prepared something. I mean, it's like the fact that like with this type of players, like close to 2700, the fact that he doesn't play the opening, it doesn't mean that he doesn't know the opening, right? So when he comes with a surprise, it's actually somewhat challenging for the opponent, because that kind of tells that I've prepared this specifically for you to avoid your preparation and so on. So it's additional pressure on Benjamin, if anything. Right, a6, and then this move a2, a3. I thought queen d2 was the main thing, but yeah, a3 is possible, of course. I think point being that after, say, queen b6, they usually were playing a3 as the reply to queen b6. Again, remember, like we had yesterday in one of the games, the same pattern that you kind of attack b2, but you cannot take it because after knight a4 the queen is trapped. Like we had it in Sicilian yesterday and today. Yeah, so a3 is the usual. No queen b6, by the way, was played. And we will see what Benjamin's going to do after queen b6. So once again, b2 pawn is not hanging yet. Is not hanging yet. Okay. So there is that. We could move on to the second board. Yes, where we have Sanan Sugirov formerly from Russia, now representing Hungary.
Yes.
And his opponent, I suspect, is Italian international master, Carnicelli Valerio.
Actually, he's a FIDE master.
He's a FIDE master, but rated 24th.
Yeah, very strong.
His rating is, right, for the FIDE master, he's very high rated. Okay, and here we have the Sicilian with bishop b5, so-called Rossolimo Sicilian. And I think I've already mentioned it in some of the earlier events and everything, because this line, bishop b5 Rossolimo, was introduced to the high scene chess maybe 15 years ago, something like that, 20 years ago. Before this, it was considered to be like one of the sidelines. Like you could play pretty much anything, d3, c3, b3, and then bishop b5 would be just that one of the sidelines. And of course, when you would say Sicilian main line, you would mean d4. Yeah. But what has changed, that bishop b5 is played much more often than d4 nowadays, which is interesting. So from the sideline, it became the really mainstream, bishop b5. So pretty much everybody is playing bishop b5 here. And the reason for that is that after d4, white has no idea whatsoever how to get an advantage against the Sveshnikov. So this is the kind of the main problem for white, that black goes e5, black goes d6, and then...
That's why I stop playing this line and I start playing the accelerated dragon. Because this one,
Okay, so bishop b5, g6, and there are a few moves. Like g6 is one of the main, then e6 is a little bit old-fashioned, and like if you want to check this theory of e7, e6, I could send you to Anand Gelfand match, I think. Yeah, Anand Gelfand, so that's like 2012. World Championship match where this specific line was played by Vishy Anand, and Gelfand would reply with e6. Then after g6, castles, bishop g7, Here I'm not sure. You have kind of, again, the old-fashioned way of playing with c3 and then opting for d4. Or you can go rook e1, and the point of rook e1 is you make kind of useful waiting move, and depending on how black plays, because black wants to develop this knight, right? So knight to f6 is what you would expect. But then you go e5, and after knight d5, I'm not sure. I mean, you can always take and play this kind of positions with black's doubled pawns, and why specifically h3? Because you say the bishop doesn't have a good square to be developed. Like, there is no bishop g4, bishop f5 you can do, but then it's not doing. We don't need this. It's not doing all that much on f5. Okay, rook e1, black plays e7, e5, then Sugirov captures on c6, goes d3, queen e7, a4, bishop e6. A bit surprised, to be honest, because this type of positions, usually in this type of position, usually rook e1 is not such a useful move, because like over here there is another line where you don't castle but you take here immediately, and then again you play h3 to prevent bishop g4, bishop g7, I think knight c or castles, or d3. What was the move? Maybe d3 is the move, yeah. And say e5, castle, and something very similar to our game, but then white does not play rook e1. He tries to move the knight somewhere, h2 maybe, and go f4. So that's the general strategy. And then the rook is good on f1. So Sugirov having the rook on e1, it's not necessarily that it's bad, but it's a strange idea, like for the opening. On move 8, well, sometimes like you don't have a specific opening preparation. You just think, okay, I'll play this structure and I'll figure it out. That's why London opening, or what it is, London system is so popular, right? Because you don't have to like really know move by move, okay.
And the order.
Yeah, you probably do on a very high level, but also like in an open tournament you can say, okay, I will play d4, bishop f4, e3, c3, knight f3, and I'll figure it out, and it works too.
But these kind of openings are very useful for people who doesn't have time to study openings, or they don't like, or they are not good memorizing things like that.
No, that's of course, but also like London till that day, what's interesting, I think it's London perhaps the only system that is still left like this, that players with black do not take it very serious. So I'm opening, the database, preparing for my opponent, and I check, okay, he plays the London, okay, I'm not bothered, right? It's not something very principled, he's not trying to beat me, he's playing the London, okay. And what happens, that London, while not being the most ambitious, still very tricky system, very, like it has its venom. And if you do not prepare well, you can easily get in trouble. And also, against more aggressive lines, on the very elite level, people find something. Let's say Fabiano Caruana finds one line, then everybody checks Caruana's game, repeats it, and we all know that kind of, the herd knowledge sort of spreads.
Yes.
And for London, like everyone does different thing. So you look at the top players, you see Magnus doing this, Hikaru's doing this, Fabiano's doing this, and you're confused. You don't know what to choose. And that's why for the open tournaments, one of the very good openings for white. Like you don't have to know much, and also you can win games by simply following the pattern. Like you've developed the pieces, your opponent did something stupid, and you won.
Yeah.
Anyway, we move on, I believe, to the game of two grandmasters, Lev Yankelevich, I think from Germany, even though the name suggests like some...
Yeah, he's from Germany?
Maybe
Grandmaster
Russian
from
origin?
Germany?
Yeah, do we have his birth year? He's here.
Of course.
Jan Lad, or... because I haven't heard of him.
Oh, he's 25 years old? 26 years old?
26. Alright, so it's not like he's very, very young. Yeah. Again, and his opponent, Kirill Shevchenko, again, former Ukrainian this time, but playing currently for Romania. Yeah. And here we have the Catalan opening with g3, bishop b4 check, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop d6. This is somewhat confusing, to be honest. Why would you go check on bishop d6? I'm not sure.
Maybe this is a new idea.
No. It was played. I mean, I don't remember. There is certainly a point to it. Look, bishop b4 was and probably is like very popular, but kind of the main approach would be to go to e7, bishop g2, castles, c6, and the whole point black was making that, okay, white has the bishop on d2, and if black would not play the check, the bishop would be on c1, so it's not a big difference, right? And it looks like you've lost the tempo. But now if you play one of the good moves with the bishop on c1, knight e4, black can take, and if you go knight e5, your bishop is on d2, not on c1, so black can take the pawn on d4. So that's kind of a little tactical point to prove that bishop b4 is useful. And with bishop on d6, I'm not saying it's bad, it's just that I'm not sure why having white bishop on d2 instead of c1 is beneficial. Like you could play the same position, like go bishop d6 and so on. Anyway, I don't think it matters much. Castles knight to d7, and then white goes c5. This is interesting. On many levels, to be honest, because I thought dc4, and let's say queen c2, knight d7, queen c4, e5. This is what black's idea was. Something like that, break in the center and develop this way. So dc4 is certainly an alternative to knight d7. And after knight d7, why would you go c5? Maybe, just maybe, once again, speculating on why black wanted the bishop on d2, is bishop on c1, white goes knight b to d2, and when you take, knight d2, when you take, knight takes, attacking the bishop, stopping e5. So maybe that's the reason. Alright, let me get rid of these things. Up. Yep. And he went c5, b4, very ambitious, using a lot of space. But the question will be, can he stop black's playing the center? Black wants to play e6, e5. Sooner or later, we'll prepare it somehow. Maybe go bishop to f6. So remains to be seen. There is bishop f4 in this, probably what you would like it to. Kind of would like to look like. So your bishop is on f4, targeting c7, stopping e5. Then the knight is stuck on b1. So again, I'm not sure. It looks like in this particular line, the fact that black has given a check is useful, right? Because now the bishop is.
Then it is not okay if knight c3.
Maybe, yeah. If anything, it looks more natural than like moving the bishop for the second time. Yeah, probably knight c3 is a decent move. Wondering what black is planning to do, because I'm tempted, like part of me tempted to take and say I have two bishops, but I don't know how important it is in this position. The queen d2, and then white can actually play something like e4. This is also a common pattern in the Catalan specifically. So like you go e4, and if they take and you take, it's a backward pawn. So on the surface, understanding is why would you have a backward pawn on d4? It's not very good. But white can easily defend it, as practice has shown, like going rook d1. It's not very easy to attack for black, this pawn. And black's real problem is the bishop on c8. It's almost impossible to activate the bishop, because even if you achieve e5 somehow, and like you're not here, it's just a loss of a pawn, right? But let's pretend white cannot take. White goes d5, and something like that is terribly dangerous for black. This pawn's far advanced. Again, the bishop cannot move, so this is kind of a bad position to be. So I like your knight c3, and I'm wondering.
But knight c3 and then taking the knight and then the bishop.
Yeah, it could be. The bishop is not very good, right?
Yeah.
Right, but then again, it's sort of a nice outcome for white, I would say. So he exchanged the active knight. He stopped e5. So white's kind of main idea after c5 would be to push these guys to get even more space.
Pawn storm.
Yeah, to get even more space. So I strongly suspect that black might consider going f5 to play some sort of a stone wall, even though like in a stone wall you would prefer the pawn on c4 to kind of put pressure on the center. But on the other hand, white won a lot of tempi with this. So black went bishop check, then bishop d6, then bishop e7. So that's the structure is from Stonewall Dutch. That's what they call it, right? So it's normally played via Dutch defense move order, d4 f5, and later e6 and d5. But at the same time, it could be that it's kind of good strategically for black, but it might just not work because of he lost so much time. We'll see. So after knight c3, it's up to Kirill Shevchenko to decide.
Did he play knight c3?
Yeah, white did play knight c3, so great call. Knight c3 was the move played by Yankelevich. And now I've realized that Shevchenko with black, he's probably once again looking for chances to win, and that's why sometimes they would go for, a bit dubious openings and like taking excessive risk, because let's say here in the Catalan there is quite a few like very reliable systems that if you know the theory you can pretty much make a draw, but then you play something very reliable, it minimizes your chances of winning. And this is strangely kind of the closer to the top you get, the more of a problem it becomes. Like with the black pieces, you play someone who is lower rated, and it's not like you don't respect the opponent, it just, the rating difference pushes you to play, otherwise you just lose rating and you didn't do anything bad, right? You played solid, you made the draw, and off you go, 3 points. 3 points minus.
Yes, and the player has to unbalance the game and try to...
Exactly. Yeah, so you look for something to kind of to look to this point where it is complex, but it's still not too bad for you. So you accept certain amount of risk, but not too much.
Yes, and you have the advantage that you checked a little bit before.
Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of a good point as well. So if you've prepared something, you found like the line which your opponent is likely to go, and you checked it a little bit, so it mitigates the fact that position is not maybe like not fully equal and not very reliable. Alrighty, on board 4, Pichot. Alan Pichot played a very funny opening. Again, same as in the previous game, and it can become anything. It can be the Catalan, as we've seen in the previous game. It can be Queen's Gambit. So Queen's Gambit in our case. And Pichot's opponent, Gabriele Lomacci,
is a master from Italy.
Italy, again, Italian, okay. And the move 4 is h7, h6.
I think
funny move.
The Italians, they are overrated because this one is 2400 too.
Overrated,
yes.
or underrated?
Underrated. Oh, sorry. Underrated. Yes.
Yeah, well, it could be. You know what? There've been a few cases of players being underrated. I'm not sure if it's the case in Italy, because it used to be like players playing within the same country, and like the whole country progresses, but they cannot, they don't have anyone to win rating from, right?
Yeah.
And that was, for a very long time, it was the case with Indian players, of course, and then like Europeans would go to India, play these tournaments, and lose to like, Grandmasters would lose to 2200 kids easily.
Yeah. The last Indian opponent I had told me, like, if you want to improve your chess, you should go to India, play a couple of open tournaments, lose 100 points of rating, come back and win 200.
Yeah, well, one of the ways to do it, yes, definitely one of the ways to do it.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Yeah, well, clearly the local players are not doing bad in this tournament, right? So we can see them in the leading group, but We'll see how it goes at the end. So, a move h7, h6 is, as I said, like a very funny move, but it's not a bad move, strangely. And I remember quite a few players doing this on very high levels, so avoiding bishop g5 lines and being prepared to go, after bishop f4, being prepared to go bishop d6. So the only drawback of this is that it's seriously very hard to play for a win. Some position like that. h2, h3. h2, h3 is an interesting one. So normally you would expect, like, develop the bishop castle, right? Bishop e2 or bishop d3. This we wouldn't know. But I'm guessing in both cases he didn't like bishop g4, quite possibly. He didn't like bishop g4. It's easier to play bishop g4 after bishop e2, because like the knight is not running away. You will exchange this bishop for either the knight or the bishop. And let's say after this, and c6 maybe, h3, you're very happy to trade. I mean, in this specific structure, you don't mind at all. You just exchange on f3 and you put the rook on e8, and eventually the knight goes to e4. Black is absolutely fine. Nowadays, this structure is very often played with colors reversed, specifically from the London opening that we've mentioned. And the trickier line would be if white goes bishop d3, and I suspect bishop g4 is still a thing. So black again wants to trade the knight, and in case of knight e5, there is c5. I would suspect this might be playable.
And taking the bishop?
Yeah, takes bishop, knight takes bishop. Something like that, and it's an isolated pawn for black now, right? But he will, no, knight to c6. He will, looks like he will quickly go d4 and just equalize, like knight c6, d4. Say if white castles, we go knight c6. There is also knight b4, a little bit of threat. In case of a3, a3 is probably not a great move. And then d4. Pawn takes, knight takes, and who knows who's better? Maybe black's better already with such an active knight.
Yeah, but a3 is.
A3 was maybe not very clever, but also like one of the first reactions you see right before threat. And anyway, all these silly lines that I'm showing was a try to explain why white goes h2, h3. And then Pichot pretends like, you know what, I never thought of developing the bishop to g4. My real idea was to go b6, bishop b7. And this is also a legit way of playing. And I suspect bishop e2 and not bishop d3 should be played. But, okay, I wouldn't know for sure. My point is that after, say, something like this, bishop b7 and probably castle short. Sometimes they do castle wrong, though.
And prepare c5.
Yeah, and then c5, and that's why I'm thinking maybe bishop on e2 is better, because on d3 it will run into c4 eventually, or knight c6, knight b4 again, so maybe bishop e2. Exactly. So these are tricky positions. I've honestly even played it with both colors from different openings, but with both colors, and I still have no clue what's happening. It's not that easy to navigate. You have some like very basic understanding, of course, like if black plays c5 and oh wait, let's say I'll do this just to show the structure. So bishop e2, c5. If you take and black cannot take with the pawn, good for white. Okay, this much I know. Like if this happens, this is isolated pawn, very hard to go d4 because you can always block it, and this is like very pleasant for white. But black will always take with the pawn. How to force him not to take with the pawn, we don't know. Like if you force black to take and you take with the knight, again, it's good for white. c4. If you're not ready with white to meet c4, you might as well get in a bad position, like c5, castle, c4, and you play it slow. Like let's say here c4 is probably not a great move because e4 very fast, but yeah, like if you play some silly slow moves and let black like expand, go b5, go b4, black might be better as well. So that's interesting. We started as a very slow game with like black exchanging the bishop on d6 and so on, but it can become something complex enough for Pichot to try to outplay his opponent. It will be more likely will be a long game.
Yeah.
You know. I think we speak a little bit about this yesterday. We've spoken about this yesterday. That you want to keep it like tense as the kind of air favorite. You just want the game to keep the game going and slowly kind of make somewhat better moves than your opponent. Maybe
At some point, the opponent can
do stupid things or not. You never know, right? You never know. Sometimes you hope for it and you're the one who makes stupid things.
like the game of Luca
Yeah,
and the other Italian.
right. So Luca Moroni, right.
Yes.
So he was, in fact, it was one of the games that I think both players played very well. It was a very sharp opening. It was like long middle game. It was very complicated end game, and both played very well. Found all the tactical tricks, resources. So that was a game well played. Okay, we move on, I think, to board 5. Maxime Lagarde against Andrea Favaloro, another Italian player, FIDE master, right? International master this time with 24-12. So again, not an easy walk for the favorites, and I absolutely refuse to analyze this position. I don't know.
And also these open tournaments are a very good opportunity to get norms, right? Grandmaster norms,
yeah. I tend to forget about this, but you're absolutely right. It's a chance for the players, for younger players, players without titles, to get the title norm.
Yeah, for example, these two FIDE masters from Italy, they
can get
2400.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm guessing they should probably get like international master norm relatively easy, like with a good start, with a good play. The thing is that some of them, or one of them, could be making a grandmaster norm as well. The tournament is strong enough. It has enough grandmasters. It has enough players from different countries, and this is like two major requirements to have the norm, and then to score the norm. Okay, one has to play chess on a good level. This is also.
Yes.
But right you are. Norm. It was very long time ago for me, but I remember it was, very important part of participating in the open tournament, and I would be looking, okay, can I make a norm here? And then I would be getting nervous, like if there is a real chance, like last 2 rounds, that was not so easy. It was not so easy. Okay, here I just want to say that this is Rui Lopez, or the Spanish, bishop b5, bishop a4, then d2, d3 on move 6 is, I don't even know what to call it. It's a very popular move. It's just that, it's not a closed Spanish or delayed Spanish. Spanish with 6 d3, I'm sorry. I don't have a better name for it. So Spanish with d3, and very often what ends up happening, and we reach this position, so this could be the same with rook e1. Rook e1 was, and probably still is, the main move. And if, let's say, black does this, and does this, we get the same position as in the game, with white having rook e1 instead of d2, d3. And because we know that white normally wants d4, so this is like an extra tempo for white. But the problem with playing this way, that if black castles and you go c3, black has d5 and this very sharp so-called martial attack. And nowadays the consensus is that this thing equalizes, white has no advantage, and that's why players prefer to avoid it. And it's not only that, to be honest. I think there is... no, with rook e1 there is nothing else. There is nothing else. Yeah, so rook e1, the only worry you have after rook e1 is the marshal. Yeah, anyway. But, like, players with white who play with d3, they say, you know what, it's still like a long positional game, so I don't care too much about this loss of one tempo. And knight b8 is a funny move. Again, one could think, okay, what's this player's doing, like moving back? But the reality is that the only hope for white, or the only ground for white's advantage in these kinds of real opposites, is the knight is in fact very much misplaced on c6, and also after a4, sometimes, or rather oftentimes, the b5 pawn is kind of a bit overextended and therefore vulnerable. So knight b8 as one move looks really stupid, but as the part of the plan to put the knight on d7, to go bishop b7, you know, and sometimes c6, sometimes c5. So it makes it for a very flexible setup for black. So a4, bishop b7, ab, traded the rooks, knight a3. Well, okay, here I'm not quite sure about bishop c6. But yeah, maybe knight to d7, knight d3, knight c5, bishop c2. So now white, of course, has two potential continuations. One is to, well, sooner or later prepare d4. The other one could be going knight f5, moving this knight to h2, go f4, and these kind of things. For black, I'm afraid the only kind of a real counterplay for black would be to organize d6, d5, which now, of course, is impossible because knight e5 and the pawn's hanging, also the bishop will be hanging. Right, so that's why I said at the very beginning that I refuse to comment, because it's so complex. These positions, like you can talk for 1 hour and still they will find something different.
Yeah, and he's one of the favorites of the top players.
Absolutely, yeah. So I think someone, I don't remember who exactly, but there were mentions of Rue Lopez and the Queen's Gambit, the classical Queen's Gambit with those long lines, as they were quoted as the openings of World Championship matches. And this is, we are talking like 1940s. And then you check the very last matches, like Nepper with Carlsen, a lot of Rui Lopez, you know, yes. And then Fabi with Magnus, a lot of Queen's Gambits. So it's ironically, you know, for 80 years, it's still the same. Yeah, it's still the same. And until that day, we play and no one knows for sure what's going on. Yeah. Like it's a very rich position. So is the game on board 6 very rich? Let's try. I mean, this is something I wouldn't be able to tell what opening it was. White has the rook on b1, queen on h3. Okay, if I'm not looking at the moves but just at the position, this is crazy. It's not even easy to tell how this came about. Like, why rook on b1? Why?
How's the move in the queen in h3?
Yeah, how did he go to h3? Okay, now we'll find. Oh, well, thanks for sharing the tournament info. So 9 rounds, exactly. We keep forgetting to tell it, but it's 9 rounds, which you would expect from the Open Tournament. 90 minutes of so-called feeder time control, 90 minutes plus 30 minutes after move 40, and 30 seconds increment after each move, right?
Yes.
And let's go back to this funny position. Let's find how they played. So d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, c3. And this is some really funny move, because it looks stupid. Well, not stupid, but it's not clear what white wants. If you want to play the London, why would you start with c3 and not bishop f4, right? Or rather bishop f4 and move 2 maybe. Like, true Londoners, they very often keep the knight on g1 and first go e3 and so.
This move c3 actually I think works a little bit because now the opponent has less than an hour.
Yeah.
And the opponent.
Right. I mean, he has like white actually gotten like a very pleasant position out of it. Because we will return to the live position. White has a pair of bishops and an extra half an hour, which also counts for something. Right, but I wanted to tell about like this move. So when I first seen it, I thought, this is not right. But then I think, it was Anish Giri who told me that this one was recommended by like Kramnik or something. And strangely, to every black's reply, there is some little trick that white has to, not to get an advantage, of course, there is no advantage in the opening if both sides play correctly, but to get some interesting playable position. So it avoids the absolutely dry game. C2, C3, C6, white goes queen C2. Again, looks funny. Queen C2 to stop bishop's development to F5. Black says, you know what, I'll go bishop G4, knight to E5, bishop H5, and then another funny move. Queen F5.
Yeah, it looks like a blitz game or a board game.
Queen F5, and the point is that you actually have to be very careful with black. Bishop G6, and then if you would take on G6, black takes with the pawn, so you lose another tempo. That this is not very good, but this is where the true idea kind of shows. White goes queen H3 and now pins the H pawn. So now if you go knight D7, he'll take on G6 and you'll have to take with the F pawn, and which is of course not very pleasant. And by the way, in this position, I would not be surprised if the strong move is queen E6, even moving the queen one more time, but just stopping black from from going E5. Yeah, let's see. 1, and then 2 to F5, 3 to H3, and then maybe 4 to E6.
Yeah.
Okay, so after queen H3, it's possible that there are other moves, but black decided to solve like all the problems with the in a radical way, just exchanging for the knight. It went knight D7, captured with the queen, queen D7, and black is thinking. So it shouldn't be much for white. Black, after all, is very flexible, exchanged a lot of stuff, but at the same time, on move 10, you have an endgame with a pair of bishops and extra half an hour. So quite a successful opening experiment.
And what do you think about this endgame? Like, because they didn't change any pawns yet.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm not sure what black takes with, because I'm tempted to say that I want to take with the king. But maybe it's wrong. Maybe knight takes is... Yeah, well, my problem is knight takes. So looking at this structure, I'm looking to play e5 with black. This is something I want to do, right? But after knight takes and bishop f4, it's not that easy to organize e5 unless I'm planning to go f6. And f6 is kind of... It's not a terrible move, of course, but something I would prefer not to do. So ideally, the type of position I want is that, say, he does something stupid, I go e5, and okay, this is like the setup black wants. Bishop to d6, very solid. Of course, white will not play e3, it's just a terrible move. So I would rather avoid going f7, f6. So I'm thinking black has to have an equality, kind of equal position. He's unlikely to be better. But still, sometimes equal means like completely equal. So there is one open file, we exchange all the rooks, we shake hands and agree a draw and go home. And this type of equal still allows you to play with both colors. So you can keep this position complicated. And he's also unsure, Volodar Murzin, he's also unsure what to capture with. Is it the knight takes or the queen takes? The king takes. So king takes has this benefit that if white develops bishop f4, you go e6 and you can play bishop d6 supported by the king.
Yeah, you can see him in the video, like trying to decide.
Yeah. And it's quite interesting sometimes, like observing players. Well, technically, in a position on the board, he's a queen down, right? He has 2 legal moves only, and then he could think for 15 minutes. And someone who is not familiar with the game of chess, or maybe doesn't know they will say, okay, can it be that complex? You can take with the horse or with the king. Yes, just choose. But the reality is he's looking ahead in some 5 moves, 10 moves in some variations, looking at possibilities, structures, and so on and so on.
Plans.
Yeah, so it's not about like what piece I take on d7 with. Yes, so he's looking a bit forward, of course. Anyway, funny position here. Right, so we've got 6 boards. Maybe let's like move a little further, and I'll just scroll randomly to try to find something,
Exactly.
nice. Yeah, like nice to look, something exciting. Well, there are some exciting positions. Well, for instance, I think we were looking at Daniel Darda yesterday at his game.
Yeah.
So today he's white against Anthony Atanasov from Canada. All right. And we have, I'm happy to see this because this is the line I used to play long time ago. So-called.
I think he's, how old is he? 20 years old, I think. Or no?
Atanasov?
He born in the 2008. No.
It's it's what? Yeah, okay. Now it's a math lesson. 16. 16.
Yeah.
So, well, reasonable international master or FIDE master?
Yeah, he's an international master.
Yeah. Okay. So what happens here is white sacrifices the pawn on c4. You cannot really win it back. But white is kind of happy to do it. Goes a4 to stop b5. Goes castle. Goes b3. Accepts that the pawn is... you're not winning the pawn back. Yes, queen b3. And makes a point that you have some difficulties protecting b7. Because your bishop is already on f5. That's one of these cases where you would prefer to have passive bishop on c8, right? So bishop went to f5, but it's not really useful here. Right, so, and if you simply play b6, you say, okay, my pawn is not that, not in danger, but then this bishop becomes very, very strong.
And then knight
e5, maybe immediately, maybe after, say, knight c3 to stop bishop e4, but sooner or later, knight e5, yes, very, very unpleasant. For now, black finds the way to stop the attack on b7 pawn, queen b6, because white would prefer not to trade the queens, goes queen a2. Bishop b4, bit surprising.
preparing the castle.
Yeah, but not surprising that he moves the bishop, but white to b4, like he could go bishop b7. Maybe there's nothing wrong with bishop b4. a5, so now the queen will have to move. And sooner or later, white will develop the knight and go rook b1, and this will be, once again, white will be putting pressure on the b7 pawn. Like, I'm thinking d3. Interesting, because you would expect, again, the normal way would be to achieve e4 and d4 at the same time. But if you start with d4, then black has e4 square under control. And to play e4 will be really problematic. So instead, you probably go d3, supporting e4 if needed. You have bishop f4 ideas. You develop the Orosei, and you go rook b1, you go rook f to c1, applying pressure on these files. All in all, white usually has like very reasonable compensation for...
Comfortable for white.
Yep. This one, again, so black has to be very, very, specific, very precise, not to get in really unpleasant position. So what's surprising, though, that white, Darda, who has sacrificed the pawn, he spent more time. Because usually, like, you go for this kind of gambit, that means you knew it before the game that you would be sacrificing a pawn and therefore should be prepared. And he's not. Anyway, very interesting, very promising position. And I want to jump here to Niklas Huschenbeth with black against Zemach Nadov. Because it's a very exciting position. Black has sacrificed an exchange. It's already moved 20.
Oh.
Huschenbeth clearly plays his preparation. You can see 1 hour 19. You don't really get position in like 20 moves
With 10 minutes.
with 10 minutes spent, and especially this very sharp position. It's not like you just trade pieces. Not the exchange stuff. So this was a Catalan with d takes c4, queen c2, b5, all known. Yes, a4, b4, knight e5, and then queen to d4. And I wonder if it is prepared.
Yeah.
I think he did prepare it. So it's an exchange sacrifice. You leave the rook. I'm guessing c6 is the alternative, and there were games like this. c6, knight takes c4, queen takes... no, it's nonsense what I'm saying. I'm sorry. Knight d2. Knight d2 is the line. So it's kind of, you get the same position, c6, knight takes c4, and will be drawn position. But the difference is that here the d4 pawn is hanging, and if knight e5, c6, then white can play rook to d1 and then take c4. So this is like not great for black. So it's pretty much after knight e5 you have to go for black. You have to go for this line. Queen takes d4.
And taking the pawn on c6 with the knight.
You mean in here?
Yes.
But black is a pawn up, so I think something like this would happen, and then wait a second. You're saying I'm losing this guy? Yes, yeah. Right. You are. Yes. I wonder if this is the move.
Again, sacrificing.
Yeah, sacrificing an exchange. Cannot guarantee anything. I didn't check this one for a very long time, but there is some point to it, right? So it's equal number of pawns. The diagonal is, impressive, and also these pawns are now like it's not very easy for white to kind of apply. Eagle knight d2. Let's say black has rook c8, and these pawns are very annoying. Like at some point c3 may be happening. So yeah, knight c6 is reasonable, of course, you can play it, but then again, you better know like what you're doing next, right? And maybe you can't even take on a8. Maybe you should do some bishop b5 and try to win the c4, c6 pawn. Okay, so this is a very sharp line, and I shouldn't embarrass myself trying to figure out what's going on. So it's clear that Niklas is very well prepared. Queen c4, e5, all played very fast. Queen c7, and takes here, and takes here. Okay, knight d2 is very surprising. Why would you kill knight d2 here?
Knight d2?
Yeah, like you take this pawn, right? I said the one way or another. H takes or f takes. He just goes knight d2. So what happens if pawn takes? I suspect, okay, knight c6, for instance, queen goes. Knight d4. And this is hanging, knight c2 is hanging, so it's an annoying attack after knight d4. And there is no f3 because queen g3, of course. So it could be this, yeah, because like I will not be comfortable playing this with white. Like I don't care if I'm gonna exchange up. If black has the pawn on g3.
Yeah, and also the bishop can come to help in the case.
Bishop b7 or bishop h3. Scary.
Yes, very scary.
Knight c6, queen e4. So another reason why you go knight d2 to have queen e4 and not being forced to go queen e3. But this is where black captures. King f2, you have to do it. Queen d7, queen d7 attacking the knight, and after knight f3, rook to e8. And Niklas, like, look at the camera view. He's not even looking at his board. So they're telegraphing, like, I've prepared everything, I know everything.
Yes, he's like, you will blunder.
Yeah.
Something.
Queen c4. And this is where it gets interesting. What is the follow-up from black? First of all, what's the material? Okay, I mean, he has one pawn for the exchange already, so he's not forced to, let's say, win or get to the king like very fast. He can just say play bishop b7 and play it a little bit slower.
I think he didn't expect this move.
Yeah, it looks like he starts to think. It's not easy to tell what he would. I mean, maybe like queen f4, just keeping it closer to the king, like queen f4, I can imagine. Queen c4. What could be a drawback of Queen c4?
Yeah.
Part of me wants to play a stupid move knight b8 to have a threat of bishop a6, but probably White's gonna find some. Oh, okay, can take b4. Never mind. It's just such a funny looking move, but that's not easy. It's not easy. Maybe we'll cheat a little bit and check what computer has to say.
Yeah.
Bishop b7, and interestingly, White is better. According to the machine, White is better. Okay, it's not a very strong engine, and I suspect, like, if you prepare with a more powerful one, maybe you can find. And I'm very curious, since I've started the computer thing, I'm very curious to check if knight d2 in this position was the best move. It was.
It was?
It was. So that means both were prepared. That means till that moment both players were very well prepared. And then later on White spent a bit more time, as you can see, like 1 hour and 2 minutes. But knight d2 is first line of the machine. Very impressive. Very impressive preparation by Nadav Zemash. Okay.
I have some requests.
Right. Tell me.
They were requesting this game, but now we already checked.
Well, we did our best.
Yes.
You know what? I can tell you guys at home that I don't remember who came with this kind of formula, but someone said you look at these games. At such games, like where it's very sharp opening, you look with the computer either 10 minutes or 10 days. Like to quickly check what's the variation, you look like very sharp, but to really check all the variations and to be able to say, okay, I do here, like I do knight d2 because I cannot play this because of blah blah blah, I cannot do this because, again, 10 moves variation, to remember everything and then to play, you really need a lot of time. So 10 days, of course, is exaggeration,
yes.
But the point is, like, we will not be able to tell what's going on, like, entirely. Very sharp position, computer likes black.
And that's what make chess and sport and exciting, the time, because the players don't have enough time to think everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And some positions are that complex that even getting, say, 10 hours but over the board without any assistance would still be not enough, right? You would probably play like a bit more, not a bit more, but like a few more good moves. But then eventually, one thing is like time is not enough. The other thing, you're getting tired, right?
Yes.
I mean, what's the point? Like we could say, let's play with 10 hours on the clock for everyone, but still, it will not improve quality of play.
No.
Like at some point, you just
it will get worse.
The brain refuses to think.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what happens.
They are requesting another game. Is of the streamer Zach.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you, he's playing in the 43rd board. 43.
Board 43 against, if you could tell me.
Is Mario Roesch from Germany against Zachary Saint from Canada.
Yeah. I'm trying to find it. Well, wait a second. We have 50 boards online, right?
Yeah.
So there must be. Why can't I find it?
Usually it's around of the Pote sisters because they are streamers.
Yeah, right. So they could be. Yeah, so I can see Andrea's game, Alexandra's game.
Maybe
No.
more down.
This one. Yes.
Yes,
We have it.
Yeah.
Okay, so first things first. Zach spent a an awful lot of time on the opening, right? Like White is still pretty much blitzing out. 122 against 49 minutes. So now we can check what was what was problematic for Black in this game. Started as the Miran variation. I think we discussed it a little bit yesterday. Bishop d3, you would Now, you would take, go b5, and develop the bishop to b7, try to go c5. I
Yes.
think we said this yesterday. So white plays queen c2, and this is known as anti-Meran variation. So white says, if you want to take, I will take from f1 in one go. I will not spend the tempo on bishop d3, bishop c4. And then black, of course, says, you think I'm naive. I will not take. So bishop d6, and then bishop d3. So black takes anyway, and goes b5. And here, bishop d3 or bishop e2, both possible. And it was like 100 years ago. Okay. When I last looked at the theory of this line, maybe not the 100, maybe I'm not that old, but you get the idea. So black goes a7, a6, getting ready to play c5. But after e4, I think there were games with c5, which gets very messy because white can maybe not here. Honestly, maybe I'm just.
It's not arriving on time, I think. Because
e5, yeah. If I take this, you take you take f6, you take g7. But even this one is like unclear, right? Rook g8. If I take on g7, so the bishops are not looking not bad. Who knows? It's tricky. But yeah, the feeling is like something is wrong with c5. So he preferred to go e5. Bishop g5 is, okay, one of the possible moves. Exchanged everything and went f4. Yeah, and this is usually, well, I don't want to say problem, but this is the kind of the trick in these situations, that if black manages to play c5, he's more than fine. Like c5, c4, the bishop on b7 is active, but of course you cannot do it now, and it's tricky point to find the right moment to play c5.
he's a very strong bishop and he's moving the pawns.
Yeah, so f4, I don't know, taking this doesn't look that appealing.
Check.
Yes, that's what he's done, king h1, but apparently, once again, you cannot play c5 because this, right, and the pin, so he has to react. He goes h6, and then white went bishop h4, and queen b6. Once again, being scared of, okay, I don't know, scared, but finding e4, e5 to be unpleasant move. So queen b6. And now one of the things white could try to do is to play e5 to see where the knight's going, and it's probably going to g4, right?
Yeah.
And then somehow try to prove that he has a very strong attack, white. Like queen e2, knight e3, I guess. I don't know, knight is hanging, probably knight e3. And then one of the things to do, honestly, could be to sacrifice an exchange even. Like to go, who knows, knight e4, rook f1, knight f1, rook f1, and just pretend that we have, I mean, we probably do have some initiative. Like all the white pieces, if you check, like all the white pieces somehow in the zone of the kingside attack, right? Well, black has the queen a little bit away, so after this, let's say, it is not impossible that white just goes knight f6. And if you take, it's very likely that you lose because, yeah, the queen is getting there. You don't have to take those. So the real, kind of the real stuff happens after king h8 because knight on f6 is nice, but doesn't do much. Anyway, this looks like a very, again, very exciting position, and also I perfectly understand why Zach was thinking for so long, because this is like...
it's a critical moment.
Absolutely, and you know, strangely, it's not even one moment, but until let's say you play c5, you cannot be sure that your position is good. Yeah, so that's why, like, on every move, you spend time, like you have to calculate all these lines very sharp.
Players are thinking very...
That's interesting.
And you can see also the streamers' cameras there. We can see the Andreas one and Zach. Yeah.
Right. So, well, since we went to streamers' games, let's check what the sisters are doing.
Yeah.
So,
Andrea is playing with a kid, a little girl there. It's so cute. Yeah.
Wow. And how's she doing?
These kids are really scary. I swear.
Yeah, that's good plays.
Yeah.
All right, so Andrea is playing the King's Indian with tricky Queen E8 move. I'm not sure if I've seen it. I'm almost sure that it does exist, Queen E8. So with the idea to support E5, but like there is nothing wrong with going E5 immediately. So Queen E8, Bishop to G5. Well, pardon me, but looks somewhat strange. Bishop G5. You're pinning. It's
What?
kind of unexisting pin. Like after Black went Queen E8. Yeah. After Black went Queen E8. So went here, H6 keeps the bishop on H4, keeps the bishop on G3. Knight here, Knight D2. Knight takes. Okay, maybe put it on F4.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Because what we see now is, yes, Black has two bishops, but is it really two bishops advantage? We are not sure. The bishop on G7 is really.
And that knight
is very nice, yeah.
Yes.
The knight's very strong. The bishop on G7 is not great. So after A5, well, White has played B3, which is probably not the greatest idea. I would suggest, like, after Bishop G4, it's very likely that White's advantage is huge, because you can't really move the bishop back. It's Bishop E6, and how long can you survive with White having the bishop on E6? And it is already possible that Knight G5 works, but if I'm a lazy person, I just go Queen G4, bring more stuff, and it's terrible. It looks terrible. So after Bishop G4, I don't know what Andrea would do. After B3 kind of gives her a little bit more time, Knight A6, and especially after Queen C2, I guess something like Knight C5 and try to exchange some pieces.
Yeah, and maybe this is one of the games, like the knight is much better with the bishop.
Yeah, right you are. Now that I'm thinking, let's say something like that happens, and even then the bishop on G7 is not great, and yeah, looks like Andrea might be in a bit of trouble. And then let me see the other sister, Alexandra against Riccardo Dielli. And here, okay, here not much has happened yet. It was what did we call it? The Banco Gambit, yeah, B5, A6, all that. Maybe I should stop here a little bit, right? So why Black usually sacrifices the pawn to have these two semi-open files to develop bishop on G7. That's what happened in the game, right? E4 allows White to develop easier, but also like kind of the drawback is that you lose the castle, right? You have to capture with the king, and those moves are logical. I mean theoretical, but also quite logical. Like both sides develop the pieces the way they can, the way they like. Knight F3, Knight D7. The only thing I'm not sure if A4 is kind of a theoretical move. It's certainly one of the possible moves in this position, but it somewhat weakens the B file, right? So
and it's a little complicated.
Yeah, unless you can put the knight on B5. But anyway, Knight G4. Yeah, I think the main thing they do is actually go H3 to stop Knight G4 and Knight E5 maneuver. Anyway, Alexandra went for straightforward knight takes, and F4, knight back to D7, and this is where we are. This is where we are now.
And what do you think?
No, she went knight A3, knight before. What do I think about this one?
Yeah.
I think she's now she's consolidating. I don't see. Well, I've missed like a few moves here. Yeah, maybe it's not much you can do. It looks like White always was in control. White always was. Maybe Black kind of had to play it a little bit more energetic. You know what? It could be that Knight C4 was the move. Maybe not. Maybe you still can go Knight B5. Anyway, what happens now? White captures. It doesn't matter what you take with. Is it a pawn? Is it a queen? White's next move is Knight C4. And one could say black has a very good bishop, which is true, but at the same time, this bishop has no objects to attack, right? And white's potential plan would be, I'm not sure if it's ideal, but one of the options, to leave the rook, to defend the pawn on b3 again, but not from b1, where the rook is a bit passive, but from f3. And then you can start like pushing this pawn, maybe this pawn, to attack the king. So you have a passed pawn, an extra pawn on the queen side, but it's very hard to move now, right? It's very hard. Like you could go a5, but what then? Like if black doesn't blunder, yes, it's not going too far. So as white, I would prefer.
A1 is covered. So.
Yeah, so a5 is not very promising. So as white, what I would do, I would try to keep this one for now, like that, very solid, and then attack on the other side. But this looks very promising. And that's exactly what she has done. Queen takes b4 and knight c4 is already on the board. So she's doing well. She's doing well and apparently knows at least the pattern. I'm not sure like if the whole theoretical
thing. I think she already played some games with this. So yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm wondering how old is the kid Andrea is playing?
Andrea's opponent.
Yes.
Is there a way to find out?
Yes.
2011. So that's between 12 and 13, right?
Yeah.
12, 13 years old. Impressive.
Yeah, and he's 1600. Yeah.
Wow. Just a random position to show. One game has already finished in a draw in a position like this. Don't ask me why that was. It's just a funny position.
What? And how is that draw?
It's a perpetual check with knight f7, king d7. No, this is crazy. Wait a second. It should be this because here you just take the rook, no?
Yeah.
What's going on? What is going on? I don't understand. I can tell you that I'm almost sure that up to this point and this even, it's all known. Regrettably, I cannot check the database in this application, but it's definitely all known. King d6, what? I mean, if you take on h8, what's going on?
Maybe you can see with the engine.
Yes, I should try, I guess. Yeah, knight h8, best move. White is much better. So I don't know why. There was something very similar. I'm 100% sure there was something very similar. I've seen this kind of perpetual. Well, maybe the engine is not strong enough for us, and maybe it's...
And also the opponent is 2300 and black pieces is almost, I don't know, 2450.
You mean like from white's perspective? Yeah, I would agree on this, but this specific line, it's a very long, sharp line, so I suspect like both players knew what they were doing. Anyway, it was just a random position to show that some people, they know theory very well, they play like a lot of theoretical moves. A lot of theoretical moves, and okay, draw is draw, no problem with that. So I suggest we go back to the very top board, to Fedoseev. I'll quickly check if we have any results on top 10 boards. Not yet. No, everything's in progress.
Okay.
So we'll quickly show what happened to Fedoseev, or what position they have, because we've only seen like the very beginning, right? After Queen b6, right? Bishop e2, c takes, knight takes, bishop here, knight here, check, check and knight c3. What?
He went back.
Yeah, but this looks really strange, right? So bishop c5, knight a4, and after this check he goes back.
And why he didn't like c3?
I don't know.
Because he's losing the knight or what?
I don't see how to get it.
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, right? Knight takes, queen takes. You always have knight c5, right?
Yeah.
This you can go knight c5. Again, I'm afraid I'll need some help from the bot. No, c3 is possible. c3 is possible, and there is nothing wrong getting this position, and then black just plays castle, and okay, the game goes on. So I suspect he went back to c3 because it's not a bad move, and he would be happy with the draw against Fedoseev. So he kind of, silent draw offer, as they call you. They call it.
Testing him, maybe?
Yeah. So silent draw offer. So you're not like saying I offer a draw, but there is a possibility for your opponent to repeat. And also, if you know your opponent is not going to repeat because he's higher rated and everything, you can use this to your advantage. Like, in order not to repeat, maybe black has to play some, more risky move, yes.
Yeah, or spend
some time, yeah, exactly. So, I don't know if bishop takes d4 was risky. We will find out, but this is the position we've gotten. Queen d2, bishop b7. It's a tricky position to play, because on the surface it looks like white is just much better. Stupid bishop on b7, the French bishop, right? But to stabilize for white still needs like a couple of like tricky moves. Like, so ideally, let's pretend I do not blunder the bishop on d4, right? And black does whatever he does, rook c8. So I think this is what I'm looking for. Knight to e2, and then if we exchange, can play c3 later, so the knight on d4 is like nicely blocking everything. But again, this involves some tricks, because of course, bishop d3 is not a great move. So it could be better for white, but still the position is very tricky. And also black is looking for the moment to play f7, f6. All right. So Benjamin is somewhat below on time, but again, it's move 16. Still, how many? 24 moves to time control, and that could be leading to a time trouble. And on the camera I can see Fedoseev back to the board, and bishop to f2 was played. So he preferred to keep the bishop, then maybe go into d3, then carry knight e2, and so on. And here, if I'm playing black, I probably put one of the rooks to c8. I suspect rook a to c8, so we keep the other one to plan for f6. And the reason for this is that we have some tactics with knight e5 or even knight b4, right? And probably knight e5, knight b4 is not so much. And white is kind of not in time. So bishop d3, I think black can already capture on e5, and then I mean, if white captures back, black is winning a pawn. If white takes on b5, who knows, maybe white can keep the material balance, but black solves a lot of his problems, like gets rid of the center, the bishop is good already all of a sudden, so quite possibly black has at least an equal play after that. So it could be an important move, rook to c8, and then it's hard to tell what to do for white. Like, this move really looks ugly, right? So knight e2, knight d4 was like very nice maneuver, like moving the knight anywhere else. a2, d1, nah, not great. There is like strange looking move bishop e1, defending the knight for now, and then planning bishop d3 and so on. But again, it looks so awkward. If you misplace all the pieces like this, then even f6 might work.
Yeah, moving the bishops.
Yeah, so if this thing works tactically, I mean, rook c8 and knight e5, so this is a reasonable way to continue for Fedoseev. So I suggest we let him think.
Yeah.
And go for a little break. Yeah?
Yes.
Maybe let's get ourselves on the camera first, if we can. so that okay, this also works. This also works. So we will be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Okay, welcome back. And yeah, we continue with round 2 of Sardinia World Chess Open Festival. And the game we have on the screen, the position I have on the screen is happening right now on board 15.
Yes, 15.
Yes, so that is, with black we have Ihor Samonenkov, it's Ukrainian. I'm not sure if he's a grandmaster already on international.
He's a grandmaster.
He is a grandmaster, yes. So one of kind of Ukrainian talents, modern talents. And his opponent, from Poland, Alexander Kaczmarek, I'm guessing. And once again, pardon if I'm mispronouncing the name, must be
An
young international master. Look at the position. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. Look at the time. It's even crazier. So, Grandmaster with black has 9 minutes left. 9 minutes left after 14 moves on. And the reason for that, apparently, is the fact that the position is super crazy complex. That's my understanding of what is happening. So, first things first. So it was the Caro-Kann. It was so-called Panova attack. Yes, and this bishop g5 move is theoretical, and I believe both players knew something about it. I have no idea what's the theory of bishop g5, so I just skip it forward. So d5 knight e5, I'm almost sure I've never seen this position, so it must be something new. Anyway, white goes to sacrifice the pawn first, and then I suspect if you play rook g1 then d5 is hanging, so instead white goes to take on c4. Defend the pawn but sacrifice the rook on h1. Then he goes bishop f6, and you cannot take back because bishop b5. Right? I mean, probably you could try to do this, but then bishop b5, king e7, and I don't know what happens.
Maybe castle?
I'm afraid he will go queen d6, maybe you have knight e4. It's easier to do by asking the engine, right? It's castle, and if queen d6, just check, right? Check and takes. Good. Good. Right, so this is super dangerous. That's why black plays a6, stops bishop b5. White goes bishop e5. And here, again, I'll probably need an engine help. So black is kind of okay. The engine is not impressed. Goes f6. Oh, rather, Samonenkov played f6. Was one of the engine moves. And then white went d6, and this is just absolutely wild position here. White d6. If black was to take on e5, I presume white is winning after d7 check, and if queen takes, it's bishop f7 check. And you cannot take because queen d7 wins the queen, right? So you go king d8, and then it's queen b6. And you cannot go to c8 because bishop e6, so you have to block, and then white, I don't know how exactly white wins. I feel like white should be winning. Castle long, or rook d1, not so important. Then check here, and then check here, and the queen kind of protects the rook through the opponent's queen.
Very nice.
Yeah, so that's a long tactical line where white is winning, but black apparently is not forced to take on d6. After d6, one of the lines that the engine was recommending was just to take the pawn on d6. Something that I thought could be playable was to return the bishop so that you stop d7. I don't know if it's any good. Can ask the engine. No, in this case, black is in trouble. It's impossible to play these positions without the engine. And Samonenkov played queen a5, allowing d7 check and planning to go king d8. And I feel like something's wrong with it.
Yeah. I mean, he has 6 minutes. It's very
he had
difficult to find
absolutely, yes. It's very
the precise moves.
even
There.
look. It's move 14. So even in like some equal position, quiet position, 6 moves is not enough. 6 minutes is not enough to move 40. And now we have like one of the craziest positions of the round, where like one wrong step, one wrong move, and you might be just lost.
Yeah.
So
And also we mentioned the Grandmaster has like 200 more points than.
yeah, so this is additional pressure. Plus, it's not only that he has 6 minutes. Look, the situation could be like this. He has 6 minutes, all the same, but his opponent spent an hour. So still a huge time advantage, but at least you have this information that your opponent is also playing the game. And the way it looks now, it could be that your opponent just prepared everything. So you're competing against computer pretty much, right? Like, so when I come from with the home preparation and play all the moves quickly, it means I know. Yeah, so this is like terrible situation to be in.
He just spent 9 minutes.
Yeah. So he played queen to a5, and now I'm confused because according to the engine, the move is just to play bishop to g3 and not to go d7. I'm surprised. Just to play bishop g3, and can black castle? Well, it's a terrible move. I was just checking if it's how to say, if it's a legal move, because I'm confused. This king was in so much danger that it almost feels like it lost.
But why is it a terrible move?
I'll show you. So castle. The problem is bishop e6 check. Yes, and if you go here, it's a discovered check from the bishop, and then you take and so on. Yeah. For a second, I also thought, okay, let's be clever. Let's castle. But it doesn't work, regrettably. So after bishop g3, first of all, bishop g3 is not played yet. Let me update on yeah. And I would really love to go d7, but d7 king d8. It turns out you cannot do much because now this guy is hanging with a check. And if you play bishop g3 now, black can go e5 and then develop the bishop. So the trick is to keep the pawn on d6. So if black goes e5 now, you go queen to g4, aiming here, stopping the castle long, and the computer has it as winning for white. So bishop d6, for instance, would lose to queen e6 check, and queen. I thought queen f7 check was good. And then rook d1, but computer says even better is to castle long first, and then you threaten checkmate in one. And you're winning, like this, and then this is not a bad move. Queen d7, checkmate in one. Okay, so that's one crazy position, and by the fact that white is thinking, it suggests that possibly he also does not know doesn't know this particular line. So it's a very very exciting game, and we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah. Is that Polish? That language?
Yeah. I think no. Well, the language was his T-shirt. No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Sparta. Is okay. We just seen Fedor say.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you can read Alex, so that's like universal. So that's not like language specific thing. Right, and then like since we checked this game, which is very exciting, I believe we should keep an eye on this one to see how it develops. I suggest just quickly to check the game very next to this one, where
Board 14.
Board 14, yes, where Vitaly Sivuk, again, Ukrainian player but representing Sweden now, has the white pieces against Nurlan Ibraev. Nurlan Ibraev is from Kazakhstan. He is a grandmaster, right? I mean, he lost quite a bit of rating, but he is a grandmaster. And I know Ibrahim for a very long time. I mean, it was one of the kind of good things about Sardinia that I've met him again after maybe not seeing him for 10 years. So, and again, quite a bit of an original position. So white made a long castle look like a short castle, king on b1, rook on c1. There is like very funny rook placements, one rook on g5 and black rook is on h4. Well, rook on h4 is explained that black just took a pawn on h4. The rook takes h4, wins the pawn. And then b7 is hanging. I have no idea what's going on.
King in the center, but the center is...
Yeah, king is in the center, but for now it's quite safe, right? It's covered with the pawns, and probably there is nothing much better for white just to take the pawn back, but then black exchanges the queens and is absolutely okay. Rook a7, and then can even take this pawn. So solid. So this one is not as exciting. I mean, it looked fun with, rook on g5, rook on h4, but probably not like no big things gonna happen. Yeah, no big things gonna happen. So what do? Do we go to like top boards? Do we check? Maybe chat has some requests on your channel or?
I don't think. Maybe we can check Jules Musard.
Yep. Let's quickly do. And by the way, yeah, very next to his game is the one that we've checked by Nicholas Huschenbett. Remember the sharp one. So we will check Musard against Di Benedetto, Eduardo Di Benedetto, and then we'll kind of recheck the Huschenbett game.
International Master, Di Benedetto.
Yep, again from Italy. So Jules has played, brother Eduardo has played the French with black, played the French against the Frenchman. Is it even legal? I'm not sure. Should have played the Italian. He had the chance to play the Italian, e5, and instead he played the French. And I have the feeling that something has to go wrong for this guy. Well, seriously though, d e4, knight e4, knight d7. Yeah, that's one of the options. Knight f6, knight f6, c2, c3. This is a tricky line. Again, I'm not sure what's kind of the current state of theory is. Basically, they play knight d7 in order to go knight f6 and to recapture with the knight. So it makes, let's say, it makes bishop g5 absolutely pointless, because then just bishop e7, knight f6, knight f6. And here, back in the day, strangely, every move with the dark square bishop, okay, not bishop d2, but bishop e3 was a move, bishop f4 was a move, bishop g5 was a move. c3 probably is a move also, so it's like one of the theoretical moves. Anyway, it looks like the opening itself didn't matter much, just both sides like developing, looking for...
Very easy.
Yeah, bishop g5, castles long, and then black decided to take on f3. Takes f3, queen takes f3, queen d5, this way forcing the exchange of queens, because too many things hanging for white. Like, with white, you would prefer to keep the queens on the board. Like, two bishops, potential of just going h4, g4, attacking.
Maybe that's why he castle, long castle.
Yeah, exactly. And then this also explains like why you exchange on f3. It's because you have the next move. You wouldn't just take on f3 and continue with some, I don't know, a5. Yes, it's exactly to have queen d5 and to exchange the queens. So now, after queen takes d5, he could have taken with the pawn, and it's almost symmetrical, but it's not equal. Also because you played b6. And I think one of the clever moves could be bishop b5, and then you want to go to c6. Or maybe start with rook e1, first attack this guy. And if rook e8 is just bad because bishop b5 wins. So black has to take with the horsey. h4. h4 is interesting. was interesting. It kind of shows that even with queens being exchanged,
Yeah.
with everything, there is still some pressure on
Trying
the
to be
h-file. Yeah?
aggressive.
Yeah, like g6, and you, I don't know, go rook h4 and then double. Anyway, Black decided that this is too dangerous to take on g5, so went rook a d8, and then slowly here hides the bishop on c1, and now it's like very positional, very slow play, but white is better in these situations. Bishop c4, king f7. And they were saying one of the aspects of two bishops advantage is the fact that you can exchange one of the bishops in the right time. And this is exactly, I'm not saying it's the right time, but it's an illustration that why white is better in such positions. So black has a strong knight on d5, but if white ever exchanges, it's a relatively weak pawn on d5. Yeah. So I'm not suggesting white has to take immediately because black probably takes with the rook. But overall, this is something to keep in mind for black. Yeah, to keep in mind for black. Black is rook e1 for now. Targeting this one, can probably go rook e2, rook e1, double like that, double like that, slowly, maybe even b4 one day. So long, kind of playing the long game. So he will not, win next 10 moves, but he will keep his advantage for next, I don't know, 40 moves maybe. Bishop e7, g3, bishop f6, so black puts the bishop on f6, where it doesn't do much for now, but it stops white from advancing like before by targeting this c3 pawn. And then white can say, I changed my mind and go back to d1 and start doubling on the d file. So although white's position looks considerably better. Yeah, I'm not like, I didn't check recent games of Jules, but I remember at some point he was like very, very promising player.
Yeah, I think he was not very...
And probably still is.
Yeah, he's a top player. Yeah. He didn't have a good tournament in Formentera. He was playing there. So hopefully this tournament...
Yeah, maybe in this particular one he'll do much better.
Yes.
And he's making the move, and yeah, look, I mean, sometimes I can guess play his move. He just played rook back to d1, or at least it looked from the camera view. Yes, rook d1, and right, sooner or later black will have to move this knight. So, like doubling like this, it's a very serious pressure. So what else? I've mentioned that next to this game it's Hushenbat against Zemich, we can check Daniel Darda as well. Yeah. Daniel Darda against Atanasov, and this is also the game we were looking at. What was the last position? I think we've seen a5, queen c7. And I said something about like d3, but instead white went with knight d4, which is well, that's a nice move. That's a nice move. So the reason I was going to play d3 here to stop bishop e4, but it turns out that knight d4 also stops bishop e4. Does it? Yes, it does, because white has knight e6 sacrifice, and then bishop e4, knight e4, and interestingly queen e6 here and here just wins for white. Yeah, so after this knight d4 move, there is no bishop e4, and that's why after castle white gets a pair of bishops.
Yeah.
And then
double pawns.
Yeah, doubles the pawns. Queen c2 also move with the tempo, attacking f5. Rook e8 hitting this thing. Bishop b2, funny move, says like you can take on e2, but then your pawns will be terribly looking. And it's not only that, I think queen c4 is also annoying, no? No, I've missed this move, queen e7. I thought queen c4 was double attack.
Yeah.
But, wait, queen c4 is a double attack, but also queen e7 protects both pieces. No, just takes and takes on f5. That's what computer recommends, and white is much better. So there was no way for black to take on e2. He went knight e4.
I think Daniel is really strong.
d3, knight c5. Yeah, well, if I'm not mistaken, he is French champion.
No,
Current.
he's
No?
not.
No, he's not?
He's from what is that flag? Belgium.
Oh no. That's no, he's not from France. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I think he's from Belgium. Let me
Well,
check.
the federation is Belgian. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that.
I'm not
I've
sure where is
confused
he from neither. But yeah.
I've confused something. But yeah, having 2600 rating, he must be considered like one of the favorites for this tournament anyway. Okay, so this is what we have. White has won a lot of time. White developed the pieces, has some initiative, but on the other hand, black is prepared to play this not so nice looking move, knight a6, to defend the knight, to defend the bishop, and maybe next move he'll take the pawn.
The pieces looks rare.
Yeah, it's like really awkward, but I don't see the way to to take advantage of this. Like, how do we, as white, like, how do we proceed? Maybe knight d, wait a second, knight d2, I'm dropping this guy. No. It would be nice to play knight d2, knight c4 or something, but, and I even thought I was clever. I thought, like, if you take and go knight b3, there is queen c3, and a checkmate threat and attacking the knight. So you see, I mean, I can be clever, but at the same time I can be stupid because I blunder in one move, and this rook e2, and black is just doing more than fine. Yeah, so white needs the way to play knight d2, to develop this knight, to get it to c4. But for wow,
What?
bishop g7. He found bishop g7.
He just played.
Yes, king g7.
And check.
And check on b2. And this is, like, on the surface it just looks like a nice, almost winning combination. King goes, you take on b4, and you won the pawn back, you have much better structure, you're winning.
That pawn structure is terrible.
Yeah, the pawn structure is terrible. But the thing is that after queen b2, the move, which already is played, is queen e5. And this is getting quite messy, because a1 rook is hanging. So you can do this, and then after queen a1,
two pieces.
yeah,
Not
like,
taking
I wonder
knight.
if you can go knight c3. Hey, if you take the knight, we are in exchange down, right? We are in exchange down. I'm not saying it's bad, because still the structure is still remains terrible, right? But it could be that knight c3 is the better move, because I don't see how black saves the queen here. Maybe he doesn't.
He gives the queen.
On f1, yeah. So it's maybe important to mention that counterattack on this queen doesn't work because there is a check on d4. So maybe, or not maybe, but
That
he has to sacrifice the queen, and I don't know, king takes.
that kind of move is called intermezzo.
Intermezzo, it's the move, knight a6 move. Yes.
No, the queen d4, right?
Well, knight a6 is technically also intermediate move,
okay.
right? Because like your queen is hanging, yes. So it's intermediate move, or Italian term for this is intermezzo, and somehow, even in English language, some people prefer to call it intermezzo. So it is an intermezzo, and it is an intermezzo to intermezzo, right? So it's contra intermezzo, queen d4, check. Yes, intermediate move, after which you capture the queen. And if something like this happens, I think white must be like close to winning. So what's the materials equal queen for two rooks? I mean, I don't know if some people consider, like, it's very hard to tell. I mean, it's one of the things that even grandmasters will not be able to tell you. Like, I mean, one of the first things you learn about chess is like the value of the pieces. Yeah,
Yes.
the bishop and knight, 3 pawns, rook, 5 pawns, whatever. And queen versus 2 rooks.
Maybe we can consider the safety of the king.
Yes,
here.
exactly. No, but that's what I'm saying. That there is like, it's pointless to evaluate this in a vacuum, not knowing the
Yes,
position, right?
exactly.
Because sometimes rooks will be so much stronger, it will be so obvious. Sometimes queen will be so much stronger, it will be so obvious. So here, for instance, if let's say white has 2 rooks on a1 and d1, and black has a queen on f6, I think black will be, okay, if not totally fine, but much better doing than he does now. When he doesn't have the queen to guard all these like dark squares, so let's say after knight a6 and some like queen f4, and queen goes to g5 or takes the pawn, like everything going white's way.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. And he does capture on b4. Wait a second. Speaking of intermezzos,
No.
if we play knight a6, no, it doesn't. Oh well, does make some sense. So knight a6, and the point is, yes, like now if you move the queen somewhere, this rook is getting captured. So I think queen a3 is the move to play, and then maybe he can take.
And maybe exchanging the queens to.
Queen c3.
Yes.
Yeah, nice. So now the queen is pinned, it cannot take on e2, and if you exchange on c3, you play knight c3. Yeah, well,
Definitely.
actually it's a very nice move, yes. It's a very nice move. So it could technically be that this one, it was, how to say, it's definitely more ambitious. Like queen a3, I'm sacrificing, and maybe I have like some very strong attack. Or maybe I don't. After queen c3, I'm very happy to say that, okay, I'm definitely not worse.
Yeah.
I'm better in this position, so I can play. Yeah, so that's kind of very good for plan B, and might very fast become my plan A. If there is nothing better than queen c3, then it is a very good move. Right, queen c3, and let's say trade. Well, somehow black might be not as bad as he was with the queens, though, right? Because now it's okay. The pawn is weak, but even the king can guard the pawns. Maybe it's not black. Maybe is not doing all that bad, but still, white has to be better. Rook b1, targeting this and going for d4. It's an exciting game, though.
Yes.
It's an exciting game, like a lot of tricks.
Yeah.
A lot of tricks, and only move 18, so also potential time trouble is on the way.
Maybe we can watch a French battle between Jirel Joseph and Paradiamadis Elliot, both for France.
Where is it?
It's in board 24.
Wow.
If I'm not wrong, he's the French champion? Yeah. Junior. Oh, so that means he is very young.
I'm searching for it. Still can't find it.
Jirel Joseph with white pieces.
24. Board 24. This one. No, that something's wrong. No. I think I went too far. Yeah, I went too far, so I'll have to come back. Oh, it's a bit tricky. I'm scrolling down, but if I all of a sudden find something funny,
Yeah.
I'll also show.
Okay.
Okay, so looks like we found the game, and this is also on a camera, board 24. Yeah.
I know him. I saw him the black pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in Reykjavik.
Yeah, Reykjavik is still one of the nice open tournaments, right? So I think last time I played it only once, and it was like 2009. And already back then, it was like well-established open tournament with strong players playing, and it grew even more. It feels
Yes,
like, yeah.
I think there are how many years? Like
I don't
more
know,
than
it's
10
been-
years for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Like, okay, now if I played 2009, that means like already
Yes.
it has to be more than
Yeah.
it must be like 20.
Yeah,
And Reykjavik, of course, is a historical place for chess, right? Since Bobby Fischer's Spassky match, like 1972. So, yeah. And at some point, there was like a funny stat about Iceland that it had the highest density of grandmasters per capita, per
Oh,
population, simply because like it's not a lot of people, and they
Yes.
had like maybe 5 grandmasters or something like that, and it's not a lot of people in Iceland. And like if you would ask this trivia question, one would think, okay, it's probably the Soviet Union or United States or this or that.
It's a
And
tricky
it was like,
question.
yeah, and
Yeah.
it was Iceland. Yeah, it was Iceland. Okay, so we spent quite some time looking for this game, and it was interesting at some point, like this particular one. So it's maybe I have to go all the way back to mention that this is called the Alapin Sicilian, right? C3 was the idea to play D4. This is one of the kind of main lines here, bishop
Yes.
b3, and then d6 is like very, very long theory, starting with d6. d5 is another option, and then if white captures, it's very similar, of course, to d6. And c4 is like the move that I'm not sure what its current reputation is. It was considered a very interesting move back in the day. After bishop c2, last time I checked, people were playing queen c7, quickly attacking the pawn, and after queen e2, one of the ways to play was very aggressive g5. So you want to go g4, and if white takes the g pawn, you would take the e pawn. Yeah. So now we have d7, d6, takes here, castles, g6. So black in a way plays in a bit of a modest fashion. So he's not trying to, this g5 line that I've shown, it's pretty much was an attempt to just get an advantage with black at the early stage. So in our game, black behaves himself, says, I don't care about advantage, I just want to develop my pieces, I want to play normal game. So he achieves that, but at the same time, I think white is getting somewhat more pleasant position. The way it looks, well, wait a second. Black just won a pawn like this. So queen a5, I didn't realize black was a pawn up.
think it's a sacrifice.
Yes, because white has this knight b6 trick. So now that there is no a pawn for white, the black's a pawn is pinned. Knight to b6, rook b8 is forced. The question is, for white, like, do you have more than just an equality? I mean, you can probably equalize in many ways. Like, one of the ways I imagine would be to take on c6, and then
You taking
black can take
knight.
the bishop or the knight. Like, if you take the bishop, there is rook a7, it looks like, and the black has a pair of bishops, but white pieces are quite active, right? If you take the knight instead, for now, black is,
Bishop back.
yeah, black is a pawn up, but these pawns are so weak that I'm thinking white should be able to win the pawn back, like with some move like queen b3 and so on.
I think he played.
Let's see. Let's see. He just played bishop c6, right?
No. I think he went back.
No, yes, right. Yeah, he went knight d5. Okay, so this is the live position. Knight d5. What does that mean? Bishop a7. Can black play a6 is the question. Because otherwise it's very hard not to lose this pawn, right? White is threatening to take with the bishop or even with the rook. And then knight e7. But a move like a6 might be very interesting. And I will ask the robot. And the robot likes white position because after a6 there is I was thinking there is some, some tactic. There is no tactic. It's just that white has like tremendous compensation, perhaps after a move like rook e1. Yeah, so a lot of initiative for the pawn, and therefore, if we listen to computer suggestions, it advises to just go back to d7 and try to defend.
That move is so weird.
Yeah, this is not the move you like to play. Right, so there is that. Yeah, interesting game, but still like not fully developed, not fully clarified what's the position. For now, looks like a very good compensation for the exchange. And I suggest we go back to the top boards because a lot of exciting stuff happens there.
Okay.
So even starting from board 1, Fedoseev, remember we were looking at it after bishop f2. So Fedoseev came up with a different approach that I was mentioning. I said like rook c8. Instead, he went for an immediate d4, which is... And the pawn was not taken. So I suspect taking this guy was not good, but I don't see why. Still some tactical stuff, like both of those pieces will be hanging, and computer says after rook f to d8, white has like problems. White has problems because knight d4 is the threat, probably knight e5 is the threat. Anyway, so computer agrees on white not capturing this one, so white went knight d1 instead. And then f6, a very energetic play. Like, if you remember, we were discussing, like, white's position is good if he's in time to kind of build everything. So black does a very clever thing, just dynamically not letting white play comfortably. Bishop f3, and again, strike in the center, e5. Kind of perfect timing. White knight is on d1. So you open the position where your opponent pieces are not ideally placed. F takes, knight takes b7, queen b7, and I think more moves were played. Yes, queen to d4 and knight to c4. So white is a pawn up, but black has very serious initiative, some jumps, the knight's still on d1. Before looking at computer evaluation, I'm guessing that it should be somewhat in, okay, I don't know, I mean, how precise I will be. I think it will be in black's favor. No. Computer is laughing at my attempts to judge this position. It's 0-30, so it's not that terrible, but still it's in white's favor, and also the move is funny. Like, computer suggests to go a4, like with knight on d1. This is not something easily played. But yeah, good fight by Benjamin. He's not going down against Fedoseev that easily. We'll see. We'll see. Right. Yeah, a4. So what computer wants to do, to go a4 to be able to take, and then the rook from a1 plays, right? After you go a4 and takes b5. And he keeps the knight on d1 for now. Board 2 is not all that exciting. Some long maneuvering stuff. What else can we look at? Shevchenko, Pichot, Luca Moroni. We are suggested to look at Luca Moroni, whom we were following closely yesterday. He made the draw, right?
He's the Italian champion. He's around the 37th board.
So, yeah, I've seen his game already, so I just need to find it again.
Maybe in the search?
Yeah, right here.
So he's playing against another Italian FIDE master.
Giuseppe Fabiano, right? Yeah, well, this time Luca is a huge ELO favorite, right? He's rated 2580, his opponent is 2047, so that's... However, if you look at the position, it's not necessarily clear that, you know, white plays a grandmaster and a player with black is like 500 points less.
Yes.
Something I can tell you for sure, that nowadays the difference between sort of players rated 25 and players rated just about 2000, it's much less. It's much less because, you know, the spread of information, so many like videos, video courses and online trainings and so on.
Yep, the Blitz games too.
Yeah, you can always practice playing Blitz. So back in the day, it was like you would have chess professionals, and these were the nerds, the guys who would, like, I don't know, collect all the information, all the data, sit with their chess informants. And the amateurs, they would not have access to this, right? Because, well, you play maybe 2 tournaments a year, and why would you keep this library of chess books? Yeah. And now with online, with like everything available digitally, it's very nice, because even if you play only 2 tournaments a year in summer, if you have the ability to prepare to spend a couple of days, why not?
Yes.
And that kind of levels the field quite a bit.
Yeah. And also the opponent is 60 years old, I think.
Wow. 1964. Ah, well, that makes it even more interesting, right?
Because Luca is really young.
Right. No, but I think we already said it in this, like yesterday on this tournament, and it's always like at some point on every broadcast we tend to speak about like young players usually underrated. Young players usually underrated. But if you see somebody who's like in his 60s and he's playing in the open tournament, so once again, you do not know what to expect from the person, because back in the day, maybe he was a talent, and instead of playing chess, he chose like some career, and he worked, and now he's enjoying himself, and maybe he spends time like preparing. It's just that he's not playing often enough to get the rating, and his real rating might be, I don't know, 2300, for instance, which is already reasonable.
Exactly. Right? On the other hand, that maybe is already old, doesn't study more.
Yes, so you don't know. Yeah, you don't know what to expect, because obvious thought would be that you are getting older, you are getting less motivated and so on. But I've seen a lot of people, and like German amateurs come to mind, that people actually work on chess, and sometimes more than I do, to my shame, right? So anyway, all of that was set to kind of show that, well, he's doing more than okay with the black pieces, Giuseppe, for now. So it was some, I don't know what it was, like English, I don't even know how to call it. Yeah, well, it started as English opening, but then the position like this is, I don't know, black plays some King's Indian setup, right? And white didn't go e4, and black went e4. And we go on and on and on. And then black, in fact, puts some like annoying pressure here.
And how he's playing with the bishop in h6, g7.
Yeah, h6, back to g7. Okay, so this is an interesting moment. So he was not forced, black was not forced to take on d4, but he decided to. So he could say play knight f6, the move he played, very next move, he could play it keeping the pawns like this. So he decided to take and go knight f6, making the structure asymmetrical. And Luca just played the move, which is bishop a3, hitting the d6 pawn. Big question is, will black be on time to put pressure here? because black has a lot of pieces on the king side on one hand, right? But somehow they are not very useful. Not that I can see how to use it. Could be, okay, let me do something really crazy. Can I say go bishop g4, which looks like a terrible move because white captures, and then what I wanted is, okay, let's say go here and play some sort of e3. I understand it's like a lot of stuff hanging, but the point was that if something like this happens, all of a sudden I'm getting optimistic for black, maybe for no reason still. Nah, it's just queen f1. Just to check the computer, absolutely embarrassing, yes. There is nothing, white is winning. So these kind of ideas are always in the air. When you have too many pieces around the opponent's king, you try to kind of, break through by sacrificing one of them. Okay, another version. I start by going e3. So that after white takes, I can do, well, this one is a much better try according to the machine. I can go e3 and then take on h3. And again, it's very confusing, I understand, but basically the point is that, say, white captures with the bishop, we trade the bishops, and then I can take this guy.
Yeah, very nice.
Using knight g4 trick. And after queen f1, or queen somewhere, computer says queen f1, then black all of a sudden getting quite a serious attack. Knight g4, king h1, some queen e6. So what happens, black is down a piece, but if we look at, kind of the part of the board which matters is the part of the board where white king is on h1, right? Because we are talking about the king's attack on the king. And on this part of the board, let's say we take this file and everything which is on the FGH file. Black has more pieces, and then even like rook 8 to e8. So these guys are not very helpful protecting the king. So sometimes these kind of attacks might work. I'm not saying that this will be played and it should be played.
And what the says?
The evaluation of this particular combination is equal, which doesn't give us any information. No. It could be that computer sees some perpetual check, which it actually does. Yeah, I am following the line. The line, again, I take no responsibility if this line is any good, but this is the line that computer provides, is rook d1, bishop h6 again, knight to d5, queen to e4, queen to g2, rook to e1, trades, and it is a perpetual after knight g1, like this, knight f2 and back to g4, f2 and back to g4. But
that would be a great result for Giuseppe.
Yeah, absolutely.
The result of his
it probably won't happen because Luca will look for some way to avoid this, even if it will make it will mean taking some risk. Anyway, that's an exciting game, and then that's absolutely cool that we got to look at it. All right, and I'm still kind of curious about the result. Oh, well, he just played the move.
Yeah, and also it's depending of the personality of the player, because if he's an aggressive person, he might consider that e3.
Yes, well, the move he played is brilliant, in fact.
Really?
Knight f3, the engine has as the best move, and says black is... Yeah, so it's much better than my silly try. So bishop f3, ef3. Yeah, why to sacrifice something if this way you are getting an attack, as it turns out, with material being equal, and then just take on c4. And according to the machine, it's much better for black.
Yeah, and what I like of this position is the light squares bishop is gone.
Yeah, so now, like, there is potential if we ever get to the light squares, right? And we can see some, like in the not so distant future, something like this happens, we get to h1 and it's a checkmate. Yep. All right, so it could be that we'll see quite a big upset here.
again, the first round was an upset for Luca after fighting for
Yeah,
so
but
long.
then again, he was playing with the black pieces, and it was a draw. Like now, losing with white, if it actually happens, like losing with white against someone rated 500 points lower, it can really mess up with your confidence first and foremost. So there is nothing wrong, let's say, result-wise.
No.
He loses, yes, not great, but still, it's an open tournament. You have time to recover, right? You can I don't know, win
And
4 games in a row.
Yes, and these things happen.
These things happen to pretty much everybody, but like it can mess up with your confidence. You think, oh, okay, I cannot win against someone who is much lower rated. How can I play chess? And this is like very often the thoughts that you have, specifically during live tournaments. I think this is the specifics that some, let's say, some of our viewers, like new generation of people who joined as chess fans, starting from Queen's Gambit,
Yes.
from streams and so on, that over the board tournaments you turn to, I don't know, perhaps it's individual, but still, you tend to take it more emotionally, more personal. Like online, you always have the excuse, oh, okay, it's just a
Yeah.
glitch, and I'll play another game and so on and so on. And here, with this pace of 1 game a day, lose a game, and then till next game, depending on how reflexive of a person you are, you're kind of talking to yourself not very nicely, like what did I do, and then, yeah.
And that's why many players withdraw the tournaments. because
Sometimes, yeah, like it goes bad and they say, I quit, yeah?
Yes, yes. Like, I'm not having a good tournament. It's better I go home. It's better to play upset or something. If you are not feeling very good, it's understandable.
Yeah, that's understandable, but again, maybe now it changed. I always thought that like it's kind of your obligation as the player, if you join the tournament and so on, to kind of try to finish it, if not for the health condition. Of course, if you don't feel well, then you don't play till the end, but usually like withdrawing, but yeah, maybe it makes sense.
Yeah, in Reykjavik, I saw like some players. They were not playing the morning rounds. They were just having holidays there. And yeah.
Right. By the way, that savage announcement that we will have one morning round here as well.
We will have.
Will be the toughest day for the commentators for sure, and for the players.
It's very hard to prepare games in the same day.
I don't know if they're preparing at all. I mean, you have to play 2 games, which is already like 8 hours. Well, maybe not 8, maybe one game will be shorter, but it's already a lot of chess. And if you want to prepare, my gosh.
And also you have to rest.
You have to
eat well.
You have to rest. And so the trickiest is like if you have a morning round and you have very long game in the morning round, like how do you play the second game? And especially like if you didn't win but some stupid result happened, how do you play the second game at all? Like I personally need at least like a few hours to come to terms with like, okay, I don't like the result, I was playing like an idiot. And then sometimes you would have to play the second game in 1 hour maybe, or even less. Yeah. So this will be very hard for the players.
Also, that's why there are many surprises, I think, because
in the double round, someone is over emotional, someone's tired, exactly.
Maybe the early round affect the
Yeah, some people just cannot play in the morning.
Yeah.
9 a.m. guys, 9 a.m. Chess players are not known for waking up too early.
Yeah.
Usually quite the opposite. Alright, so this is it. So Luca is thinking.
Yeah.
I guess we can conclude. No, wait. He did play a move. He actually played Queen to F1. And here, again, there are different moves. Computer insists that after bishop to h6, black is almost winning. And the reason for that, if I got it right, that after bishop d6, you can take on f4. No. Interesting. No. I was thinking bishop f4, but computer, for whatever reason, takes on h3. And you cannot take with the knight because rook is going. And if you take with the queen, it's knight g4, king goes, and rook e1. Yes, okay, this works. Well,
nice.
big trouble. Big trouble for Luka. So we will definitely keep an eye on this game. And if black finds bishop h6,
I will find that. I think he will find that because he already played before. Bishop
he had the bishop on h6, right?
Yeah.
So this means that he is kind of aware. Sometimes you don't play the move simply because you're not looking at it.
Yes, because you don't know the plan or something.
And also you have some attractive moves in this position, right? You have like stuff to look for, like knight e4 could be the move here. Yeah, but you're right. Like if he is aware that bishop h6 is a possible move. So the only thing is to realize that bishop h3 actually works. Because my idea was roughly the same, to take on f4. Now if bishop takes, I think bishop h3 is winning. Yeah, this is what I was thinking, that bishop h3 is winning. But the trick why the whole line does not work in this case is because white takes with the pawn, and now in this line he can take, and now in this line he can go to g3 and not to g1.
Nice.
And he's still kind of in the game. Black is not lost, black can continue. The line goes on and the computer gives equal. But if he finds, if instead of bishop f4 he finds bishop h3 immediately, black is just winning. It's -3 something. So after
bishop h6, what is
the best move? Yeah, let's check what is the best move. Knight c to d5 is the best move, and after knight d5 it suggests taking with the pawn. And then bishop f4 and pawn captures, and
well, the pawn structure is
very funny pawn structure. And the line goes like this: bishop to e4. And white does something, I don't know, like computer itself is undecisive. Goes queen g1, goes rook e3. Anyway, black apparently takes on d5.
Yeah.
Next move, or one move after, white can take on d6, so it's material equal, but black's king is much safer and the pawn structure is much better.
Yeah, it's a
huge advantage.
Yeah, a big opportunity for Giuseppe.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Right, so I suggest let's check again the very top boards, because there is a lot of development. Yes. There is a lot of development. So once again, I'm back to board number 1, Benjamin Haldersen against Vladimir Fedoseev.
Okay, how is going?
Yeah, so knight c3, rook f to d8, rook to d2, and a4, and still. I don't know, computer might say that there is nothing wrong with white's position. I don't know, that some people call it like intuition, some people call it optimism. I feel like when you have all the pieces playing and like being able to participate in the attack, there should be something.
Yeah.
So
it's just like, the other rook? And
so that's what I'm thinking, like rook f8 maybe, rook f8 or rook e8, and you have all the pieces joining. And on this note, let's check if there is, rook e8 is a good move according to the machine, but computer is still not impressed. Says you go rook e8, I go rook e1, and the position is equal, and you have the compensation, but not more than this. That's impressive. Because seriously, I would be thinking, like if I get this position accidentally with black, so I was not planning for it, but it happened on the board, I would be looking for a way to win. I would be that optimistic that I would be thinking, okay, like there has to be something. And computer proves me wrong again. Right, on board 2, just quickly, I didn't check it for quite a while. Sugirov against Carnicelli. Oh, this is like really hard to understand. I mean, I think it's safe to say like white cannot be worse, but easily can be better, right? But other than that, like to say like who has, or rather has white like a really big advantage? Or?
Yeah, Close position.
Everything is so closed, yeah.
In the night, how the
Yeah, the knight is terrible though. I just realized like the knight's not very good. How did it happen? Rook f7. So he was not in time. b7 was hanging, so he went rook f7, f5, and then the knight is getting stuck on d8. b6 and then g4. So I'm thinking one of the ways to go would be to exchange the queens. But even after the queens exchange, white seems to be better, especially if we don't take, I think. We just go king f2.
yeah, and also the D pawn is not backward pawn because it's defended.
Yeah, it's defended, and the king is like where it should be in the endgame, like close to the center.
Yeah.
And white has also this idea, like to go a5. Wait, maybe black will try to kind of build some sort of a fortress by going knight b7 and putting it on a5. And it's not ideal, of course, to have the knight on a5, but just to stop white from opening up the position.
And this is one of the cases the double pawn for the white is good, right?
The c pawns.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like I would prefer this double pawn, right?
Yeah.
But what you're saying that like not having the double pawn won't be better for white. Yeah, it would be worse, right?
Yes.
And here I totally agree, right? So that if this pawn is somehow undoubled and it's on b2, then your d3 is weak. Your d3 is weak, and right. So knight b7. Okay, that's a made-up line. It's still the real position is here. The real position is here. So after g4, black is thinking. So black's position might be slightly worse, but it's not desperate, I believe. Well, yeah, computer does give white some advantage, but not a huge one. And like when there is no straight lines, like say there is no tactic, like if we sort of simplify it, there is no tactic. Computer, how does it evaluate the game? Computer is very good. Computer engine is very good at calculating. So if there is like bum line, it will find much faster than any of us. But if there is no forcing line, it has to go by some formal stuff, like who has more active pieces. Here it's hard to say because everything is so blocked, right? Who has more space? White has more space because he moved across the demarcation line, the equator, right?
More than a strategy game than anything else.
Yeah, like, okay, white has this semi-open A file. And so it could be that computer gives white the advantage, but in reality, if the game goes on, black stops this thread, that thread, and makes a draw.
Yeah. I feel like white has more possibilities to play either in
even here
side or king side.
Here, yes, exactly. So white definitely has an advantage. Okay, board 3. So I'll be just going from one board to the next one and so on and so forth. Board 3, Yankevich against Shevchenko. Here, well, the position is unrecognizable. Last time we've seen it was this. Everything blocked, and after knight c3...
Simplify it of all the pieces.
Yeah, after knight c3, indeed f5 was played. So this is something we were discussing, how good / bad this one is. And the position live is this one. So a lot of stuff happened in the center. And I would be worried with black, to be honest. I would be worried with black because black is in trouble if you play the long game. And long game, I mean, like, we exchange the bishops, we exchange the rooks, and so on and so on. Like, positionally, despite the fact that black has a passed pawn on d5, it's white who is better. That's what I'm feeling. So let's, like, do something really primitive with black. So we take here, just to illustrate how dangerous it can be. Take here, like, you know, I want to exchange. Like, I'm scared, I just want to exchange everything. So positions like this, knight gets back to d4, and then white gets the king closer, well, maybe already threatens to take on c4, I don't know. But what I'm saying, like, get the king closer, and then white's 3 pawns on the king side against black's 2, white starts moving. And black's extra pawn, which is like proud, protected passed pawn, is safely blocked, and it's not going anywhere. So, for the kind of a longer game plan, it's white who might be better. So black has to be inventive with some tactical tricks. He might have tactical tricks. I don't know. There is like a strange looking knight d2 move using the pin. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I would not know. Very confusing. Then I'm moving to board 4, where Pichot is a pawn down in a rook and knight endgame, somewhat similar to what Van Forest had yesterday, but of course with much better chances of surviving, or even, who knows, maybe even like winning.
Yeah, because so now the pawn is in A instead of...
Yeah, so there is no connected pass pawns, exactly, and there are some weaknesses here as well. So knight f... I'm not even sure, like rook d1 returns the pawn immediately. Knight e2, rook c2, again black wins the pawn, so I'm guessing knight f5, then even this, or rook f4, rook f4, maybe black just wins the pawn by force. So this is not,
he's
not nearly as scary. Yeah, he's probably not worse at all. It's probably not worse at all, it's quite simplified. Lagarde, back to Lagarde against Favaloro Andrea. It's a board 5. Well, also a lot of stuff happened. I cannot. We were looking at this one, I'm sure, and I cannot recall what the opening was. Because it was the Spanish. This one. Remember the Spanish and super complex. Anyway, so this is its current shape, and I'm not sure how to judge this one.
I like a little bit more white. I don't know.
Like,
but wait, the B pawn is a little bit scary.
It kind of really depends. I want to say, okay, there is one move which I'm really curious about if it works or not, and the move is c4. And I understand it looks ridiculous, but kind of the whole point is, or rather the point I was trying to make, that after that, all of a sudden, black pieces are getting quite active. It's knight c5. You can take the other pawn even, and then this is my plan B kind of, and I should probably not lose, because this is like I'm pawn down with black, but this is a very solid blockade. But if I'm getting ambitious, I might actually go queen a6. So hitting the bishop, and when the bishop moves to get here.
But the queen.
Well, they're not here, but a2. I mean, a2 with a tempo hitting the knight, and I'm hoping to take the pawn. So basically, I want to win one pawn back and keep the queens on the board, and then it can be promising for black. But this is a made-up line, because white probably has much safer way of making a draw, like just taking on d7.
I don't think he has enough time neither. What movies? They will reach there.
No, 33. Most 33 is fine. Yeah. So he's looking
for 5 or 6 moves. Minutes, sorry.
Yeah, but why I'm suggesting such radical measures as c4 is because if I just play a random move, like say knight b6, and white, I don't know where it's going, but I don't think bishop c6, maybe bishop b5 to stop c4, right? And then knight e3, I'm afraid I might be the one left with the stupid bishop on f8, and like white will be just slightly more pleasant. So one of the reasons why I was looking at moves like c4. On board 4 we are some moves from Pichot. Knight, Wait a second. And c4 played on board 5.
Oh wow.
Crazy move. I don't know. Maybe it's a good move also.
Yeah.
So in Pichot's game, knight b3, knight d5. So not a lot of stuff happening. Or why knight d5 and not rook b4? Because white would have knight c5, and then again will not lose this pawn. But I kind of like the way black plays this position. He's looking for knight to f4. Both white's pieces are not very, like, you're not very happy having the rook on a1, right?
No.
The knight on b3 is not doing much. If you move it, knight f4, this is hanging and this is hanging. Rook d4 would be a nice way of stopping, but then knight e2 wins the rook. Yeah, so something...
Nice part.
Yeah, well, I feel like white should not be worse, of course, in this position. White's pawn up, after all. But this is one of those things when, if you're not readjusting and you're saying, okay, probably I don't have an advantage and it's time to kind of simplify and go for a draw, it's very easy to misplay and to lose with white, even though probably you're not even the defending side. Okay, just to confirm, yeah, like the engine says it's about equal, and in fact it's equalish, it's still somewhat in black's favor, so white is the side to be careful. But now I'm super excited about this c4 break. Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? So it probably works somehow. It's just the question what Lagarde's gonna come up with. I don't know. Yeah, now I'm tempted to check. Maybe it's just a nonsense move that I somehow telegraphed to to unlucky Italian player, and then.
But that's aggressive.
Interestingly, it is the best move according to the machine. Believe it or not, c4, and then bishop d7. I said was one of the things. Yeah, bishop d7 is bad. Interestingly, I thought bishop d7 was possible, but it turns out. Why the bishop is stronger than the knight. A principle of one diagonal, so I stop both white pawns and I also protect my own pawn, right? So it's a very useful bishop on f8 all of a sudden, and this looks promising. Like,
if the knights move,
yeah, knight moves and yeah,
queen a3 maybe.
Computer even does something really strange, like it says h5, I don't know what it is. Like queen a3,
maybe
then it takes here, knight g4, this is what's happening, and then it's not that white is winning, but he's striking perpetual check, like knight f6, king h8, and back to g4. And this is why, yeah, right here, it goes h5 not to waste the time, but it stops knight g4, and it shows that, you know what, white doesn't really have a lot of play. And then if queen e5 happens, then you just push the pawn, and this pawn is extremely dangerous. Yeah, impressive. So that's a very clever move. c4, and then again, if you trust the machine, the best is to take here, and then not even knight c5, but knight f6. This is what computer suggests. Knight f6, hit this one. Then you have the option of going queen b6, bishop c5, put the better. So positional pawn sacrificed again, using the fact that this bishop will be very strong.
It makes sense because otherwise the white will have the initiative and
so this square, right? This square on c4, it's either, let's say, if you don't play c4 and we imagine this knight appearing on c4, all of a sudden white's very happy. Yep. So c4 played, and now Lagarde is the thing. Okay, he has enough time though. He has 27 minutes. It's move 34 for him to play, so he will not have the time to reach the time control. Not have the problem to reach the time control. Sorry, and we will leave him with his problems. We'll move to Darda, Daniel Darda and Anthony Atanasov. It's boot 7. Also an exciting game, if you remember, with this
how is
capture on g7, right? And we concluded that white has to be better somehow. Queen c3, your move played. Yes, rook d8, and he played rook a2, and here black decided not to trade the queens. Interesting. Black decided not to trade the queens. To go rook d4, bishop f3, and f6. I'm still not convinced. Maybe, like here, I would still consider taking on e3, but probably white's better anyway. So in this particular position, computer suggests some strange move, queen c1. Maybe it just wants to develop the horsey.
And the knight on d2 and c4.
Right. Also good. Also good. So what computer's doing, it's going rook a4, wants you to take so that he fixes the pawn structure, and then white has... no, white doesn't have queen c2. Well, this is a super tricky position, like some knight b4 stuff. What's interesting, look, we blundered knight b4, but we can take here, sacrifice the queen, and still be okay. Still be okay simply because of, like, long-term positional factors, the pawns are doubled. But we don't need to do it, and if we find the right move, queen a1, white is still much better. But very intense. I mean, honestly, I can only imagine how hard it is to play a game like that. Move 21, and it's already how many, I don't know, moves, maybe 10 moves in a row. There is tactical problem to solve on this move, and then next move, tactical problem, so you have to decide something, like a big decision.
And they don't have more than...
Yeah, they have 15, less than 15 minutes left. There is a lot of moves before the time control, and it's also sometimes, I have a feeling like one is getting somewhat annoyed with this, because sometimes you just want to play a normal move. Here is your open file, you put the rook on the open file, you press the clock, you write down the move in a nice calligraphic way, and your opponent makes you think and calculate every move. You have to spend like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It's very hard to play such games, but this also means that on high level, this is how they play.
Yeah.
So that every move is a bit of a challenge. Every move is meaningful. It's not like just moving the piece from this square to that square. So that's the type of game I really like to watch.
Is how chess has to be.
Well, maybe, yeah. Well, if you look at the best, so to speak, like, how does Magnus play chess? That's exactly that.
Yeah.
Some.
Well, Magnus plays like everything, right?
Yeah,
And
but
sometimes he trolls in the opening.
of course, yeah. But we are not talking online plays, but
Yeah,
when he's
okay.
playing like something serious over the board. I think like when he wasn't even the world champion, so back in the day, he probably was like one of the first ratings already. And yeah, I don't know if I'd say people know this fact, but he was first rating much earlier than he won the official world championship title. And what separated him from the older generation of masters, that he would play till the very end, some positions that other people would say, okay, I believe in you, you believe in me, let's agree a draw. Some positions that would be considered kind of equal, and he would play and win it.
Yes.
And he, after the game, he would say, yes, it's equal, but there is still a lot of play left.
Yeah.
And at first they would think, okay, maybe it's he got lucky, and maybe the other guy was not paying attention. And then people realize that actually, if you are a good player, you can score a lot of points by simply playing positions that we all considered like equal right to play. It's a draw.
I think he won positions like they are like 3 pawns in one side.
Yeah, even some endgames. Well, one of the examples is this rookie one line in the Berlin, where you have like 3 pawns on the king side each, 4 pawns on the queen side each. You have one file, the e file. And what people were doing, they were exchanging all the rooks on the e file and agreeing a draw. Anyway, enough of Magnus. He's not playing in our tournament. Let's go back. Ooh. I don't even know what's going on here. A lot of fun-looking positions. Nicholas Huschenbett. Remember, we were checking his game, like this sharp Catalan, long time ago. Well, honestly, I was surprised with computer evaluation back then, and I thought, okay, computer likes it for white, but white's gonna blunder something. That I have to confess, this is what I was thinking. And white didn't blunder anything, and if anything, I think white has got the game under control. It's not that white is better, black still has enough compensation. The knight on e6 is very, very solid, of course, with regards to g7. But also white has little to worry about. So white has little to worry about. If white is not trying to get ambitious, but simply keeps the position, he should have no problem holding a draw. His last move, king h1. I don't know, like, this doesn't feel right, to be honest.
No.
to go under this x-ray of the queen. He probably wants to, oh well, queen c6 was just played. Probably wants to double, I think. That would be my guess, that he wants to double. But even then, there is no real threat.
The king is like...
Black king is super safe, right? White's safe as well, yeah, but like being on this diagonal is not very pleasant. And also one has to pay attention to this guy. Queen c6 actually attacks a pawn, I just realized.
Yeah, king h1 is maybe another plan.
Yeah, but now that I'm looking at the engine, king h1 is not the top move, but at the same time the evaluation is pretty much the same. So computer gives this position is equal, and after you play king h1, it gets happy for black for a little while, and then it gives equal again.
And in this position, queen takes h6.
Yeah, but it's not a threat of a checkmate, right? So we can take on f3. And after rook g1,
queen takes g2. Yes.
Wow. No, almost. Yeah, that was kind of a brilliant attempt. Let's show why we wanted to take on g2. So now, if the king takes, the pawn is no longer pinned. We take on h6. If the rook takes, the big plan was to go check here.
Yes.
But the rook is on c8. Look. I mean, if we're playing over the board blitz, I can cheat like this. I can take this rook and go rook d1. Anyway, rook c1, rook g1, we exchange the rook, we take the queen. And the only little problem with this line that this queen can capture back on c1. I have another line. Here, I want to take the queen and say that your rook is pinned, and therefore, therefore you cannot take on g8. And I still have no clue why you cannot do it. This is a mystery. No, but if you are serious, computer says black is winning, and the fact that the g2 rook is pinned actually is seen in this line. So it goes g6. And like if black queen being elsewhere, then rook g6 would probably win.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the rook is pinned, and then knight f4 is a threat, and there is no rook c2 everything. There is no way to unpin the rook. So the best line according to the machine is to return after knight f4 to go queen f2, and then black trades and still wins this exchange with a funny fork from h3. And black is better in this line. So, still possibilities for Nicholas to trick his opponent.
Thank you for the raids.
Some people joining.
Yeah, just go to raids. Thank you, Alexandra, and thank you, ChessSurf. Thank you.
Well.
And welcome, everyone.
Yeah, welcome, everybody. What were the other games? Yeah, if you don't mind, I want to bring this one up again. Board 15, Samolenkov against Kaczmarek, because remember, Samolenkov was like in a terrible time trouble. And he still is.
Less than a minute.
And moreover, after his opponent misplayed it, went d7, we knew it was good for black.
Yeah.
d7, king d8, bishop g3, e5. There was engine was saying it was good for black. So let me double check here. But the current position we have on the board, according to the machine, is absolutely winning for white. Something went wrong, which normally happens when you are in a time trouble.
Is the evil bar working in the live world?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Now it does. If you check
thank
it,
you.
now it does, yeah.
Now we can see.
So b5, bishop b7. Anyway, all this happened, and I'm trying to realize like where exactly black went wrong. I'm maybe not playing h5 because computer was saying something about like h5 being a move. Whatever. It's like it's nice and all to look with the computer at these moves, but like imagine playing on seconds, and then on every move you have to solve some tactical problem. e4, bishop f4, g5, and computer was saying white's winning, and strangely it's winning with not like a flashy combination or something. It gives bishop g3.
Okay, not
It says
sacrificing.
queen e2. Yeah, like sacrificing. Then we need something here, and I don't see how like queen g7, rook f8, or even queen f6. No, it doesn't work regrettably. But yeah, but it's still hard for black. The king had got stuck in the center, right? So just go bishop g3, get queen e2, queen e8. So black is in a serious trouble, and the time trouble as well.
So after bishop g3?
Yeah, it's not clear what to do, because you would very much like to get rid of this pawn, right?
And what about queen? Before instead of bishop g3.
Instead of bishop g3 to go queen e2, yes, or
yes,
or queen
yes,
queen h5 also did kind of the same, right? Okay, let's try something. Queen e2. Queen e2 is a good move. Queen e2 is a good move. Queen e8 is a big threat, so black has to develop the bishop so that now the rook protects it. And then computer still wants bishop g3. I don't know why. I would be so happy to kind of try to get to e8. Wait, can I do this, or it's an absolute nonsense? No, it's nonsense. Check on e8, feels good, but then black has king c7. Knight b5. I mean, just a little kind of show off and say why I was going for it. I've seen this line that we are winning the queen, but apparently it's not so clear. The final position is not so clear. All of a sudden, like bishop e3, there is rook and bishop, and white is probably better, but there is, according to the machine, once again, there is much better way, which is like, why would you sacrifice something if you just play bishop g3 and probably have the same threat button on the very next move?
Preparing more.
Oof. This is rough. This is rough. Like playing this position on seconds for black is really hard. And while Kaczmarek is thinking, we could move to the board which is next to it with Vitaly Sivuk and Nurlan Ibraev, board 14.
They were having an strange position.
Yeah, we last time we checked, it was this. Remember these funny rooks here?
Yes.
It didn't get any kind of any simpler. So this is what we have now. So I have no idea what was happening. So queen d1, and then black couldn't find anything better but to go king e7. How often do you play king e7 in front of the bishop? Wow. He's also in a terrible time trouble, Ibraev. Well, not as terrible as in the previous game, but also like down to 2 minutes. And probably was scared of this pin. So this is how I can try to explain king e7.
Yeah, and also he doesn't have castle, so maybe that's why he...
yeah, okay. I mean, he yes, of course, cannot castle, but like my instinct would be like, I want to run somewhere, I just cannot, right? Yeah. King e7. So I would suspect white is winning objectively, but has to find kind of the right way of concluding the game. Like too many things are in White's favor. C5? Why I think C5 is a good move, I have no clue. I just think that C5 could be a good move to throw in.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Okay, I'll ask for help. Interesting. So the engine apparently doesn't see anything decisive. It gives White the advantage, but the move is not easy to play. It says A3. A3 and F6, and it's not over, kind of. It's not over. Rook G7, Bishop G7, Rook B8, and kind of the game goes on. It's just, well, White is better, but honestly, I was expecting that computer will say, +4, there is this combination, and you just win. It looks so bad for Black. Yeah, it looks so bad, but yeah, it's cool. King E7 is a legit move.
Yeah.
Wow.
They are requesting Carlo Emanuel. I don't know. Let me try to find it first, and then.
Let me see. Well, to inform you, Alexandra Bortes has won her game.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Maybe we can see how he's doing Andrea too.
Carlo Emanuele I just found, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe some people are fans of Carlo Emanuele, but there is not much to discuss in his position. So yeah, let's check Andrea's game. Let's check Andrea's game quickly.
They are equal around, right?
Let me see. So Alexandra has won. Andrea, this is the position. I have no clue what's going on. Remember, it was looking very comfortable for White. Somewhere around here, we said positional squeeze, and so on and so on. Everything got messed up in the time trouble. So now I don't even know what to say. B5 and D5. E4. Well, looks promising for Black, if you ask me.
Yeah, this strong center.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Black has the strong center. The bishop on G7 we were making fun of. And I don't know if it matters in this particular game, but sometimes there is this additional psychological aspect of White had full control, you know. And now even the position is objectively not bad, but you had this blockade and you were the one controlling the game, and all of a sudden you're under attack, and this is sometimes very hard to handle.
Yeah, and also like looking to the girls, like the kid is a little bit like sad. I can see it, like she was
Magdalena. We don't know. We don't know. Maybe she's. But yeah, now that I'm checking with the computer, even objectively prefers Black. So.
Yeah, I think Andrea likes also to play
Andrea likes
with
this position with initiative, with tricky, kind of
no time for neither.
Creating tricks. Yes. All right. So very likely that again both sisters gonna win. Alexandra already.
Yeah, after winning this game, if Andrea wins, both are leading the big group.
They'll be playing against each other one day if they continue like this. So they have to be careful.
For the first and the second place.
Yeah. No, it will happen much sooner, I think. Like if 2 out of 2 maybe is not enough to be paired against each other, but 3 out of 3 very likely to be enough.
That
will be huge.
Yeah. We have some results. Lagarde against Favaloro Andrea is a draw.
Oh.
This game where Black went for C4 breakthrough, remember?
Yeah.
So Black went for C4. Yeah, I'm just finding. C4, Bishop D7, and then something interesting happened, because when I was suggesting C4, I actually thought the same, that Black plays C3 intermediate, and then when the queen moves, we take the bishop. But then queen moved to B4, and they've agreed a draw because this is the position we get.
Yeah.
Bishop back to a4, opposite colored bishops, and like neither side can make progress. And as we already know, queen takes d7 instead of c3 would lead to some advantage for black. So even like slightly missed chance by Favaloro, but at the same time, you know, you're playing a grandmaster, 26-40 with black pieces. You can force a draw.
Yeah, and also this is a good result if you want to make a norm.
The norm as well.
Yes.
Yeah. I keep forgetting there is like the norm aspect, but you're absolutely right. Murzin just finished his game. I don't know what he has done. Where is he? Board 6. Did he? I have no idea what is this. Like looks equalish and it's already gone, right? They've agreed to draw. They've agreed a draw by repeating what? I don't know, just a draw offer, and someone offered a draw, someone accepted. I don't even know.
I mean, yes.
A bit surprising, to be honest. Not because the position is not equal, but again, Volodar Murzin rated 26-30. I think could have tried to play on again the same story that I was telling about Magnus, right? I mean, just play. If you think that your position is not worse, just play it. Maybe he thought he was worse. I don't know. It doesn't look like black is worse. Okay, white has 2 bishops, but what are these bishops doing? The bishop is only 1. Anyway, he had his own reasons, and we have another draw here. Pichot. This is a funny position because Pichot is getting some chance, I want to say. It's not a lot of material, 3 versus 3. He won back the pawn. It's boot 4. Alan Pichot against with black against Gabriele Lomacci.
How do you consider this position?
If we don't lose anything immediately with white, I don't know. I don't lose anything immediately. I would be confident this is a draw.
Yeah.
This I'm not very scared of because King G3, both things hanging. Not to lose material has to go Rook A2, but this is 2 versus 3 should be like an easy draw.
Yeah.
So the only question is there like some really clever move for black that keeps the tension? Because I need like a couple of moves, knight c5, knight e4, let's say knight c5, knight d3, I'm super confident I'll make a draw. So the question is if there is something that is still like unpleasant for, wait, like for instance this move, knight e6. And the trick is that the knight currently is
out of the board.
kind of not trapped really. I cannot win the knight, but it's sort of a bit dominated, right? It cannot really return to the game.
Yeah.
And f2 is hanging. So now if let's say white goes to protect f2, you can do another funny thing, go rook b6, attack the knight. The only way not to lose the knight yet, to go rook a1, and then you look at it and you understand both white pieces are tied down, so the knight stays at the edge of the board, the rook has to protect the knight, and this is where you go, say, king h7, g6, and you never know. I mean, it could be still a draw, but it's a very, very unpleasant position to play. So nicely done by Pichot, and the moment I said nicely, no, he's still thinking. I just seen rook f2, but this is my first attempt, my analysis. No, he is thinking. I wonder what is the real move for white after knight b6, because king g3, rook b6 really looks depressing. It could be that white actually has to do something like rook c1, give this pawn, and say kind of return the knight to the game. But then it's just a pawn up. It's check, king to g3. Don't know where the rook's going. Let's say we attack the knight, knight c5, and knight d4. Very unpleasant defense again for white, with no guarantee. You might be might actually be lost, because also there is knight e2 threat, there is knight f5 threat. So 3 versus 2 with knights and the rooks, 3 pawns versus 2 pawns on one wing. Well, pretty much always there is some chance for the stronger side to win.
In here,
And also the pawns are bad, right?
yeah, knight d7.
92 is a threat.
Ah, yes.
92 is a threat, so you actually have to move the rook again. And what I wanted to say, like with pawns like this, it would be easier, right? And here, like you have two isolated pawns with white, so like even after knight f5, what they do, cannot go to g4 because knight e3, so stay on h3, black goes rook f3. It's a torture. It's a torture for white. So Pichot, even though it's very simplified, he still has some chances to win. Right, then I'll very quickly check like top two boards. Fedoseev with black against Haldorsen. The queens are off the board. White still kept an extra pawn. I'm sorry, but isn't Fedoseev in a big trouble? Yes, he is. I don't know what happened, how he got tricked. And I got tricked as well. I was predicting that, yeah, black has initiative. Not really. Queen e4, rook e4, queen c8. I don't know what's this queen c8. Could he take? Okay, whatever. Ah, no, he cannot take, of course. There is a check here. He couldn't take. Check and king h8. It's a back rank, king f8. Let's not think of king f8. Anyway, so this is what happened. And final move in this position was c2, c3. And it turns out, and he just played rook d7. Turns out you cannot take because of this.
Yeah.
You attack both rooks and accidentally you also threaten checkmate in one. So bishop e1, like ugly looking winning move. You can also bishop d4, rook c8, he's still alive. No, it's better not to show off, it's better to go bishop e1. So it cannot be taken, rook d7 back, but that means white is up a healthy pawn. This or this, and you know, black will have to work hard in order to save this game. Black will have to work hard. So Fedoseev's in trouble, but this game will very likely go kind of past time control.
Yeah.
Move 33, so now they will speed up, they'll make those moves. Sugirov against Carmicelli.
The second board.
The second board. The one that we were saying, like you can attack on the king side and the queen side, and he's done both, so now he controls both files. The A file and the H file. The question is if it's enough. And again, I will cheat a little bit asking the engine. Well, the engine suggests that yes, it is enough. White is what is much better. Maybe not winning immediately, but black is in a big trouble. Like if we could get the knight somewhere, right?
But
maybe
how
sacrifice.
you
How we break through?
Yes.
Go here.
And then sacrifice the knight.
And then maybe sacrifice the knight, yeah, like that. On e5 and go f6. It's also not easy for black to play, because you have to make moves. He just played rook h7. Then we go to the other side. Then we go here. And we threaten...
Yeah. Probably that's
we threaten rook a8. And also, again, we keep in mind some ideas with sacrificing the knight for 2 pawns. It could be white is just winning after queen a1. Queen a1, yeah, not winning really, but white is much better. Yeah, and he does play queen a1 on the board. It is already on the board. Right, so just quickly clicking through. And by the way, to inform our dear viewers, move 39. So as much as we move 39 in this particular game, so as much as we want to present it as something like, oh, it's a big time trouble, it's not. It's like they will, again, make those moves, they will reach the time control. And I'm saying all that to suggest that maybe, okay, I'll just quickly check if there are like new results, but maybe we could allow ourselves, you know, a little break.
Yeah.
Because I've a bit forgotten, to be honest. It was such an exciting discussion. So no big, kind of no big dramatic things on the very top boards. And let's check the results. We currently have the results up to date after 3.5 hours of play. And on this note, let's make a little break and return right after. Okay, so no results yet over here. Not any results that I can see.
Oh, no.
Quite a few draws in the lower boards, right?
Yeah.
8 and Rosen.
There are many draws.
Right, yeah. And you know why? I just realized that after first round, in round one, the most popular result is what? Is someone winning, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't a lot of draws. And people who drew against each other, and strangely, if you compare, there were like 2,400 playing with 2,300. So it was very close matches, strangely.
Yeah.
Strangely. And this is how... So people who make draws in round one, I mean, they probably making draws now as well, strangely. Okay, so we will be back after a short break. It's a second round of Sardinia World Chess Tournament. Don't go away. Yeah. Get yourself something to drink, but don't go away too far.
See you.
See you guys. Completely. welcome back, everybody.
We are back in the studio for the second round.
Yeah, and this will be our final segment on air after the second break. And since we had this game on the camera during the break, Andrea Botes with black against Maddalena Corvi. Just to update you guys on the position, looks like Andrea is winning. 2 pawns up, well, might lose the d5 pawn, but it doesn't really matter. I think the right way would be to start pushing these pawns, maybe like even to start with h6, h5 immediately. So these pawns should decide the game.
They also reach time control, so they have 30 minutes more.
Right, so it's a little glitch with the time display for now, but could be fixed the moment black makes a move. And I'm back to highlighting the results of the games we were watching. So Fedoseev probably will make a draw now that I'm thinking. He managed to exchange the knight for the bishop, or rather his opponent decided to exchange the bishop for a knight, which I'm not sure was the right decision. I think white had better chances keeping the bishop and potentially maybe somewhere attacking g7. So after bishop b6, rook b6, rook e5, it gave black a chance to go here, and transpose into this rook endgame. And if something like this happens, black is just in time to put the rook behind the passed pawn and should be good.
Yeah.
But still, so Benjamin Halderson holds the top seat for a draw in this case, and even had better position. So well played. On board 2, they've reached the time control and immediately started to think again. And you were absolutely right with your question how to break through, because the answer is I don't know. There is no discussion. White is better, right? I mean, he controls the file, and last move queen a7 actually forces the queen trade, which on one hand kind of makes it even better for white because the rook is on the 7th rank, like white's rook is super active, but makes it harder for white knight to join, right? Because before that with queens we were dreaming of sacrificing the knight, maybe getting some sort of attack. Now this is not happening, so the only plausible way that I can think of is to get it to h5 and then attack this guy.
And before with the queens, is not better that idea, bringing the knight to h5?
Yeah, that's a good question, but maybe after rook b8, I like to keep the queens and not and to trade the rooks, or just return the rook.
Yeah, just return the rook.
Maybe return the rook, and but could be that black is ready to play b5 and start some counterplay. So in fact, I like queen a7 because he probably also spent some time to calculate, and very likely that made sure that he's making some progress. So for black, I think black has to do this to guard the 7th rank. If we trade, I assume black should be able to hold, so very likely that we go check, king somewhere, g7, f7 maybe. And this is where it gets tricky. Because now with the king on f7, even if I get the knight on h5, it's not doing an awful lot. So I'm wondering if there is the way to make progress, maybe just going king to e3 and then
knight b3.
A knight b3 to stop b5 for now. Yes, that works. Then get the king to e3, maybe c3 d4 one day. Who knows? But yeah, very likely that black with the precise play should be able to hold.
Yeah. They already exchanged queens.
Yeah, queens are exchanged, and then black is thinking again. And by the way, the time glitch just disappeared, so everything works. Everything works. On board 3, Shevchenko, wow, survived. No, I'm confusing. No, Shevchenko was never lost. Yeah, he was in a bit of a trouble. I've confused with the other Ukrainian, with Samonenkov, who, by the way, just lost. Yeah, Shevchenko. What's this? It actually shows white on seconds, but don't be fooled. They've already made move 40. It's at move 42 for white to play. So the moment he's running out of time, there will be 30 minutes added to white's clock. So not a big problem. H5, H4. Wait a second. Are we okay after knight F5? Because I understand there will be a lot of checks. But when you run out of checks, it's a checkmate in one thread, right? So the only question is if black has enough checks. So if you take like this, white goes, it's a tricky line. White goes king g2. After this check, white goes king h3, not taking the pawn, and hides behind this pawn like that. After this check, goes king f4, and this is how white wins. So he has to find it. It's not an easy, like not a trivial line, but it's interesting how, you know, how intuition works. It's much easier for me to suggest knight f5, of course. Like over the board, I would be calculating this, and like as the commentator, you have this privilege of, okay, let's try knight f5. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, okay. Yeah. There is another move. So sometimes it's not so bad to be a commentator. Well, the thing is, after h4, you might as well just take. It doesn't change an awful lot. You might as well just take. And let me check. Like if you can't really calculate, well, no, not really. Not really. After this capture, there is queen d7, and black is back in the business. White is better, but black is not lost. So that probably means, yeah, here black had to play specifically this move, and he's barely holding. Knight e6. Threading a checkmate. Only move is queen f7. A check. Queen e8. Maybe this is also lost. Like takes and king. Not even king e3, but knight d8 for whatever reason. Knight d8. Knight d8 to win this guy. I would think king e3 now. Then bishop d7. Black's okay. Yes. Anyway, so black played h4, so he's hoping that there is a perpetual after knight f5. And if you take on g3 with the king, then indeed there is perpetual. Queen e1, and then there is no black pawn to hide behind. But if you find this king g2, according to the machine, you are winning. It's not an easy line to find, of course.
And it's good for white. They reach the 40.
Yeah. So
the 40 move.
What's interesting, black's move h4 was move number 41. So he spent some time, as we can see, 21 minutes. So he spent some time, and then he went for this h4. And yeah, so he's on the verge of losing Shevchenko if white finds knight f5. Yeah. On board 4, Pichot Alan with black won this pawn. Remember we were talking about like the pawn being problematic. Wait a second. So when was it that we were looking at h4? And he didn't play knight e6. He played rook c2, which isn't bad as well. Acceptable. Knight b8, g6, knight d7 somehow returns the knight. Here, and then eventually black wins. Black wins the pawn. Wow. h4, king h4, f2. Funny. So that's rook g1 check. What to do here? h7, f6. I'm not sure. Probably f6, like for the king to be more active. Like king h7 is safer for the h6 pawn, but then it's hard to believe that we are winning. Like with king on h7, it's too passive. I could once again try to ask the engine. King f6 is slightly better, but black is still black is not winning. Black is not winning this one, and he just played king f6. Yeah. Just played king f6. So could be a bit of a miss that he didn't play knight e6 back then, like trapping this knight.
Yeah. Darda already won the game.
Yeah. So we have quite a few results, like draw for Lagarde, and this we had like a long time ago. Then Darda won.
Should we watch how he
Yeah,
won?
let's check. Yeah. So what did we see? No, even this we didn't see. We see something like that maybe. So just quickly. So a5 pawn was gone. It's been a lot of jumping, and it's funny how black pieces got stuck here. It's a lot of dudes on the queen side, and then white somehow is getting rook e5. He's lifted another rook, and white wins back the pawn. And yeah, it's a better position, and also it's probably the beginning of the. What was this? Knight e5. Knight c2, knight e5. If you take a1, probably just queen a1, I would guess.
Yeah.
Just queen a1, and if you take, it's queen e5.
Queen checks.
Yeah, check, and then take f5 and so on. So yeah, maybe this is something that he missed. It was a round move like 32, and after that it's so this is the trick. Queen b1, king g2, and finally gets to the black king. We won them a long time ago. Black king was not safe. It was
No, checkmate, right?
in totally different position, to be honest, right? But still, yeah, still white won quite convincingly. It is a checkmate. Yeah, king h6, queen f6, or queen f7, queen f8.
Yeah.
Yes, some other games. Chigaev. We didn't check Chigaev at all. Vantika Agrawal against Chigaev, next to where Darda was playing. At some like very longish, boring endgame. And I'm not sure who's playing. Who's playing for win. I would again. If I had to guess, I would say probably like a draw is the precise play, but you never know. There is that. There is Musard Jules winning.
Won.
Yes, he has won. Hushenbeth is still playing. Hushenbeth is still playing this position. Probably like has no trouble at all, I would guess. Niklas Hushenbeth. When was the last time we've seen it? We've seen some. Anyway, so that's
Yeah.
something like that. We even had some variation like that, right? We were taking the h6 pawn, but so queen e4. Again, hard to tell. Like after
Black is.
yeah, but black looks very. Well, you know what? I just wanted to say black looks very nice. No, it's not only that. Black is completely winning. In fact,
Yeah.
I just realized queen e4, threatening this or this, and if king h2, we go again. Computer wants check, but also we can go knight h4 attacking this rook, and then knight f3 attacks the other rook, and so black wins the exchange back and gets an absolutely winning position. Board 11. What is board 11? I can see on the camera view. Do you
Board 11?
recognize the players?
Yes, it's
We're just seeing.
a FIDE master from Spain, Vergara Diego, against Kurel Eris from Turkey, international
right.
master.
Right. And we had Edis Gurel yesterday. We've seen
Yes.
him winning against someone. Yeah. So here. Yeah, it looked exciting by the way he was moving the pieces on the board, but now that I have the position, it's some rook endgame. Not very entertaining. So
Yeah.
we move on. Wow. I absolutely have to show this one. Francesco Sonis from Italy against Savithya Sri B from India. I just seen this position. We were not showing this game, but I just seen this position, and black's last move, and probably last move in the game, was rook takes c4, and if you take, it's a rook b2 checkmate. And again, I want to complain that this is illegal move. The knight is pinned, so you should be able to take on b2, and then black takes, and you take the king, and you are up 2 rooks against the knight. Yeah, so you're winning. Yeah, seriously, it's a nice checkmate though. Rook takes c4, and black.
She's a woman grandmaster.
She's a woman grandmaster. But black was better for quite a while, and then this final part was really nice. Right, Sivuk won against Ibrahim. The game that we were watching was like funny rooks and a black king in the center. Samonenkov has lost. He didn't make it out of time trouble, and in fact we were looking here after g5 and the game lasted 3 more moves.
How?
Bishop g3.
Oh, great.
Bishop e7. So he actually played like almost the engine moves.
Yeah, this
Queen
is fantastic.
e2, and I don't know if there was anything better, but he played rook a6 and resigned after knight b5, and there is no way to stop bishop c7. Okay, so well played for Polish player, and for Igor, he probably needed, it's a stupid advice to give, but probably needed to watch for the time, because like doesn't matter how good your position is if you're playing on seconds for 30 moves.
Yes.
It's very hard to survive this type of time controls, time troubles.
And do you have any advice for players like to
How to well, it really depends, like how to manage the time.
Yes.
It really depends on like specific game scenario. I always thought that you know what could be problematic is that you try to calculate everything like till the very end, and instead there is a method called the method of elimination, right? When you have 3 options and you look at each of them like few moves ahead, and whenever you find that some of these options you don't like, you don't calculate till the very end, and all of a sudden you're left with 2 options, not with 3, and then you calculate those a little bit further, and very likely, let's say you've calculated 5 moves ahead, and you're only left with 1 option.
Okay.
And that means you stop calculating, you know, in this position you have 1 move. You have to make it, and you have probably to make the next one, and then you start calculating when the next critical position appears. And in theory this sounds like something smart, but then you will be, from time to time, you will be missing some unobvious moves, right? So there has to be the balance. I mean, I understand in some positions you need to spend time. In some positions it's much better to go by this practical approach that you consider 2 moves, one is clearly better than the other, you don't know what happens, but you just go. And there was, I think it was like somebody's not even an advice, but like the person who would fall in a time trouble himself, one of the strong grandmasters, and the conclusion was that there was never an example where you would find the stronger move and you didn't see it in like first 10 minutes.
Oh.
So like usually, like if you spend 10-15 minutes on the move, it's okay, and this, like some people like to think 40 minutes over one move, it's counterproductive. Like at some point it's just counterproductive.
Oh, they already
Fedoseev, yes, made a draw. Fedoseev did make a draw. And he, like, by the way the game was going, he shouldn't be disappointed, because he was in quite a bit of trouble. Yeah, he was in quite a bit of trouble. On board 3, by the way, just to tell you, knight f5, h takes g3, and king g2 was played. So Yankelevich has found the winning sequence.
Yeah.
And then, well, maybe you can still go wrong, but it's not much, actually not much left. So you have to go, king h3, not king g3.
Yeah.
And if you didn't take it on the he just didn't take it on the previous move. So that means that after this check, he will go to h3, and after this check you have to go to g4, and this is it. This is it. Yeah, like one more check left.
And it's checking with bishop.
Same. Yeah,
Yeah.
he will go maybe to g5 even. Yeah, like it's not the same because here you have g2, right? But he goes to g5, and there is one more check, and then we go f4. So there is still like a little bit longer line, but at the very end, it's too many checkmates threatening this, and this.
Yeah.
So right, so this will be kind of the biggest upset of today's round. So today we already have quite a few draws in the leading group, and this
Yes.
will be like surprise result. Kirill Shevchenko 26-75 loses. Yeah, loses. Very likely to lose. Yeah, so it's a tough tournament. Like
This is the board 2.
it's three, board three on
And
board.
the board 2,
Board 2, it's this end game which can last forever. I
Yeah.
feel like with a lot of material on the board. Honestly, I'm not sure if what Black is doing, running with the king, is correct. So he went king e7, king f2, king d7. I don't quite understand what's the plan if white goes knight g3. Maybe just goes back.
yeah, maybe just
I go here, and just wait, and just wait some 98, don't know, 98, and pretend that there is not much white can do. Yeah, so this will be one of the longest games for sure. And since it's on board 2,
And do you think
We
we
will
will
have to stay.
agree on a draw here?
no,
No?
I think white, it's like, one of those positions where black has a draw but cannot force a draw. And he just has to sit and wait and till the moment that his opponent will run out of ideas. And one still has some ideas, like let's
Yes,
say get the knight to h5. The one that I was only showing not so long ago. Let's say black goes knight e8, and then what you do, you go king e3, c3, and you start preparing for d4. So this will last for quite some time. I think could be that this will be the last game that we will be analyzing.
Yeah.
So there is this. Shevchenko is likely to lose. P-shot also can last long because two pawns versus one. So but black is a pawn up, can go for quite a while. Any requests in the chat? Any specific games? Yes, tell me.
They are requesting some game from the big group. We are not sure if there is.
We only have the streamers boards
Yes,
in
for
the
the
big
big group.
Yeah, so.
It's because there are more than how many players in total? Let me count.
Well, A group has 130 or something. I didn't quite check it. 150 in the A group, right?
Not the more. Well, yes, almost 160.
167,
Yeah.
and then there is a B group as well, and we do not have enough electronic boards.
Yes.
That's the sad truth about.
Yeah. And the big group is 100 players.
Yeah, impressive. Okay, so I'm checking. In fact, many games have already finished. Some funny looking positions. Some people got checkmated. Some people, well, yeah. So I'm looking for something which would be still in progress, and I'm not finding. I mean, there are some games in progress, but they are like not very entertaining, so to speak.
Maybe we check Andrea what she did.
Yeah, just a second. So for Andrea, I need to go all the way here. Yep. Alright, so she didn't play h5. She went rook f5 protecting this pawn. b5 was played. Rook went to f3, so now pinning the knight. I'm not sure. King c5. Looks like she's losing the thread a little bit. That's why I thought, you know what? It's hard to explain why, like the way why I'm thinking this, but the d5 pawn, when she started to protect the d5 pawn, like going rook f5 and so on, the d5 pawn does not win you the game. Even if you save it and you somehow get it to d4, it will not win you the game. This pawn, however, like if you get it to h4, and then we can easily see like h3, h2 happening, is very likely to win you the game. These two pawns, connected passed pawns. Knight is known to have difficulties fighting against the h-pawn, right?
Yeah, because the bishop on g3 is controlling the knight.
Kind of cutting the knight off, yes. So you would expect that you can just, ignore the threat to the pawn on d5 and just start moving. And now it turns out that, we went rook f5. After b5, we change our mind. We go rook f3. Already white can take d5 if he would like to. But white goes king c5. And now what? Like this check, the king will go even further, king c6, and all of a sudden this pawn is dangerous.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much. Rook b6, king c7, d7. Maybe now I'm thinking maybe I'm getting over optimistic. I will have to take this pawn anyway. We'll have to take this pawn.
But it's still very complicated.
Yeah, it is. It is. Some checks, some rook e6s. So she must be winning still, like objectively, but it is very tricky.
What I don't like is when the knight, it gets, she played bishop
Bishop f2, yeah.
It gets very tricky, and some jumps and they fork you or something.
Absolutely, yeah. So, exactly. So that's why we probably should have used the moment where the knight is not so active. So h5. Well, by the way, rook f5 is the best move according to the machine, and then after b5, rook f3 is not the best. After b5, now she had to play h5.
Yeah.
This is what computer recommends, to go h5, h4. Yeah, I would very much like to get the pawn on h4. Maybe it's not even promoting immediately, but then
it's close.
Yeah, it's much closer, and then any tactical line that, maybe you sacrifice the rook for a knight and you are still winning because the pawns are closer.
Yes.
So now, after bishop f2, according to the machine, black is still winning, and the line is king to c6 and rook b to f7. And honestly, to go rook b to f7 is not easy, because you move the rook, which kind of fights with this passed pawn.
Yeah, maybe rook b6.
Rook b6 is like more human move, and it's still winning. So check, king d5, and you return to the same plan.
Yeah.
If you're a computer, you know that you have to push the pawns, but it's not so it's not so easy at first place.
Sometimes we forget about pushing the pawns. We are busy with trying to checkmate or defending something, and
and what I'm saying also, it's not like she didn't see the idea of pushing the pawn. I'm almost sure that she considered, she decided that like going rook f5 is better, and then once you rejected one idea, it's very hard to come back. Like this move was not good, and then in the next position where it might be good, but you still think, oh, okay, I already checked it. No, why would I? No, let's do something else. And but it seems that like white pieces are very active. Like the king is maybe not all the pieces, but the king is not in trouble, and it actually in some lines supports the pawn. So again, it's very unlikely that black wins without moving the pawns. Like you don't have enough material to checkmate this king in the center, so as much as you're trying. So she will have to, in order to win, she will have to go back to this idea of pushing the pawns. Well, g4, is g4 any good? I'll just check with the machine. g4 makes it problematic, because then white has some silly check on e7. And if we go to f6, rook e8, then typical computer stuff. Anyway, it shows that it's not straightforward. Like sometimes you check only the numbers. Or this is what I understand the evaluation bar is a very good tool for people at home to watch and immediately get an idea who's winning, like whose position is better. But sometimes it's also misleading. It will show black is completely winning, and then you start looking at the lines where black is winning, and it means like in every single line it has to be like some super clever combination, and if you don't see it, there is no chance. So it's like your position is not better, it's just that you have a first very tricky win.
Yeah.
Right, so because like it shows like all the evaluation bar is black. It could be I have a rook up in a safe position, or it could be I have 10 moves long, complicated combination.
Yeah,
and which is which? Like, and maybe I have no chance to find it also because I'm like low on time. Yeah, so this is a bit tricky. Andres just played bishop g1. Sorry, let me update on the live position. Bishop g1, so that in all those lines bishop is not hanging. She's free in the rook. So last time we checked the evaluation, well, still good for black, but again, in every single line, computer says h5, h5, h5.
Please play h5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think in the third board they already finished too.
Yes, Kirill Shevchenko has lost on board 3. King g2 indeed was a very cool move. So king h3. And he tried king f8, and rook h8, bishop g8, queen g7, king e8, knight d6, and black resigned. Not only he is losing the bishop, but also the queen after this check and this check.
Yeah, everything.
Absolutely everything. And
sadly for the grandmaster.
Yeah, but that's life. And a good thing in the open tournament that usually if you lose too early, that means you will get like couple of rounds. You get easier opponents.
Yes.
So this is makes it easier to come back in an open tournament compared to the round robin, when like you lose one and then they want to beat you because you just lost and you're you're in kind of in a swingy mood, and then if you by any chance if you lose 2 in a row, they see you as the target and everyone wants, okay, this guy I have to beat, he's not playing good, I have to beat him.
Even your I don't know, your mood, it gets very...
Yeah, no, I mean, it's very hard. I don't think I've ever had this myself, like losing quite a few in a row in the round robin. But I had one like terrible round robin of one of Ukrainian championships. But I've seen people like really good players, like average rating of the tournament, so to speak. They lose one, they want to come back, they lose another one, and then the whole tournament is ruined. And you just like, you score like a few draws and that's it. So here, it's sort of easier for Shevchenko, and I believe like in a couple of rounds we will still see him in plus and around the boards.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, board 4, this endgame, it's probably never gonna end.
Yeah. Just in case, Jordan Van Forest won the game against the woman FIDE master, but then Horst Chloe from South Africa.
Right, so Jordan was the one to start with a lot, so now he came back, so 1 out of 2. 1 out of 2, and we wanted to check his game, but there was something with the transmission. So we apologize to the fans of Van Forest, but he will be back to top boards and everything's gonna be okay. Well, meanwhile, this game, I don't know, it's probably not that much sense in what they're doing. I understand what Pichot is trying to do. He's trying to avoid the forcing drawish lines. That's the best you can do in this case, and try to create threats, like say rook h2 would be nice threat of checkmate, but then white has check here and then check here, and you're bound to protect this knight, and it's a draw immediately. Or from d5, it doesn't really matter.
After changing the knights, there is a draw position.
Yeah, well, it depends, right? I mean, if we just okay, let's go back. Like here, if we just pretend that the knights are not there, disappeared, then it is a draw. Yeah, it is a draw. But like if say king is on h5 and black is going to this pawn, it could be sometimes that black is winning. But on average, you're right. Yes, like without the knights, it's much easier to defend with white.
Okay.
Without the knights, it's much easier to defend. Yeah. So out of the top 10 boards, what do we have? We have this position. We have this never-ending game on board 2. The knight appeared on h5. Maybe it's not never-ending. Then we have a lot of draws. Another draw for Maxim Chigayev, 26-20. Again, couldn't win against Agrawal Vantika. Darda has won. One of the few who won, by the way. Like, I'm checking top 10 boards. Like, draw for Murzin, draw for draw for Lagarde. Shevchenko lost. Fedoseev draw. Pichot might not win. So it's a lot of favorites not keeping the perfect score. So dropping half a point, or in case of Shevchenko, 1 full point. Hushenbeth is probably winning. Musad already won. Yeah, Hushenbeth is completely winning. I'm just bringing his position over there. It's what, board 8, I guess. We have some results, you see. So a lot of draws. The favorites on 2 out of 2 is Darda, Musard. That's it.
Yeah.
For now, from the top 10.
Yeah.
The top 10.
Yeah.
Hushenbeth, if he wins. He is winning. And this will be it. Chigayev we don't have the result yet on board 8, but they've already finished in a draw. Shevchenko has already lost. So, like, it's a tough day for the favorites. And it's only round 2, let's not forget.
Yeah,
like,
it shows how difficult is this tournament.
Absolutely.
How hard. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's another thing that sometimes people at home do not fully understand, that these numbers, the rating, it shows like it is some reflection of skill, but it doesn't mean like I have a bigger rating, I always win, because then it wouldn't make sense to have the tournament, right?
Yeah.
Just give the first prize to the first rating, and that's it.
Because many factors are
Of course.
involved.
Absolutely.
How you feel, if you trained the week before, or I don't know, something.
Absolutely. Maybe you played few tournaments in a row so that you're tired, or maybe you didn't play for half a year and you're a bit rusty and you need few rounds to actually recall what it is playing competitive chess over the board. More results. So on board 20, and these are still people on on 1 point, 1 out of 1 with 1 win. So we have a draw on board 20 and 21, then Ramazan Zalmakhanov on 2 out of 2, Welton Paul on 2 out of 2, board 24 is still playing. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, many games.
So there will be hefty amount of people on 2 out of 2. It's just that the very top didn't score that well today.
No.
Didn't score that well today. But Hushenbeth, back to his game. He's winning. I insist. Hushenbeth is winning.
Yeah, he's not the favorite for this.
No, he is. Hushenbeth is favorite.
Yes.
With black. He's winning with black. So he will be the third person with a perfect score from the yellow favorite. We have Musard and Darda, and that's it. Impressive, such a lot of draws. And for them, it's move 45. Black already spent nearly all of his time, but now I believe he's winning the exchange back and will be 2 pawns up. I will double check quickly with the bot to get the confirmation if he's winning. Yeah, computer says completely winning for black. You can probably give a check on f3, or what computer prefers, a check on e2 with the queen for whatever reason, so that after king h1 You play queen e4. So it's even more forcing. And we are shown the game Gurel, yes. At the very next game. Let me check. Well, Gurel is our Elo favorite in this one, and I don't think he's winning. Or is he? Well, it's tricky again. King b2. You seen the last move? King b2. What's that? Have to update.
Yeah.
King b. So, of course, the
They are playing fast.
Right. So the my main question would be to take on c2, of course, but it could be that black is winning in this case because he has the outside passed pawn, so the king's gonna run, and hope is to take this, while white king takes care of a7. But I'm too lazy to calculate, and I will ask the engine. Yes, the engine says black is completely winning, you cannot take on c2.
Yeah, and he didn't.
He didn't, yeah. So he played king b2, after which, again, we ask the machine, equal. Clever move, clever boy. So when king b2, now the rook will be free to go to h1, let's say, and the c pawn is not very threatening. And they've played two more moves, it seems. Yes. Just updated, rook h2 and rook g1. Sure about rook g1, but what he wants is g4 and then g5. Yeah, it's just a draw. It's just a draw. So no point in following this one. So Hushinbeth winning. This is a draw. Lorenzo Lodici against Shohat Yotam. The very next game, somehow it went under our radar. I think we were not. I'll just quickly click on the open. No, we were not watching. Anyway, so this one is in progress. Position after 48 moves is something like this. And again, the Elo favorite, in this case, player with the white pieces. I don't think he's winning with such a active black queen. Always will be kind of a lot of checks. So at the very least a perpetual. So white in fact has to be careful. And then then we have a lot of results like Sonis, Ibraev, and so on.
Someone is asking about in Dogmus. I think we already see that. No, I really don't know who is this person.
What's the name again?
Dogmus.
Yeah, we have it. We have it. I don't know where it's played. Yes, that's a young Turkish player, 25-40.
Oh.
Yeah. So he's black in this position. Knights and kings endgame, equal material.
They're still playing. Yes.
They're still playing, and like. Again, I don't want to go too deep on this one, like from the looks of it, looks, well, like white shouldn't be in...
And like, he's young, he's 15 years old.
15 years old, cool. White shouldn't be like a big trouble.
Less, 13.
13.
He born in the 2011, that's it.
That is...
13.
13 or 12. This is impressive. Okay, this is something already.
Yeah.
This is already something. 13.
And we can see them. Actually, both are very young.
Yeah, well, his opponent is much younger. It feels like. I don't know what the reality is, but his opponent looks like a really small boy.
No, it's the same age.
The same age.
Yeah, probably they are opponents like in
for junior tournaments. Yeah, could be. Anyway, the position we have is relatively, kind of roughly equal, and I think, we've fulfilled the request. So I'm back to being boring grandmaster. I want to see the second board. Sugirov, because it's also interesting with these endgames that, like, during the commentary you think, nothing happens, the material doesn't change, and they're just hovering around with the pieces. And then later on, maybe in 20 years, this will be, like, we'll go in all the books, the brilliant positional play, blah, 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 30 moves don't plan, and white was always winning. So you never know. We have to be careful commentating on these games, because if we declare it to be, okay, this is not interesting, and then people find out that this is brilliant. Yeah. No, well, seriously.
But they are playing, like, back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what I wanted to say. So Sugirov, he has gotten to this position that we were discussing, like put the knight on h5, get the king on e3, and black kept going back and forth. King d7, king e7. So he returns the knight back to g3, and I'm not even sure where this knight's going. I can see some crazy potential scenario where this knight is getting to a4, kind of hitting this pawn, and then maybe having the idea of rook a6, but it doesn't really have... No, wait a second.
I think he played the rook.
Knight g3, king d7, and he quickly played rook a1, and it felt like almost, this gotcha moment. So like you didn't pay attention to what I'm doing. So now I have rook a1.
Yeah.
And rook a1 means he wants rook h1. Wait a second. 1, 2, and then 3. So I don't know if it will happen, but it will be a unique sequence of moves that rook starts in one corner of the board, goes to the other corner, and then the other corner, and then finally to the fourth corner.
Oh.
I don't know if it makes any sense, but it will be a unique maneuver.
Yeah, and maybe now you are right. It's a brilliant...
Maybe it's a brilliant endgame. We don't know. Well, in reality, of course, you would much rather prefer to go to h1, h7, and just win the rook on b7 somehow. But yeah, finally it adds up what he's doing. Maybe black had to be a little bit more careful to keep the king here still. Maybe black doesn't have moves, I don't know.
Or maybe... Oh no.
Or maybe king f7. Maybe king f7. So my point is, I would like to have, in case white goes rook h1, I would like to have king g7 so that the rook is not going in. So maybe that, or I could also just play king g7 now, because now the knight is not hanging. So it could be that king to d7 was a bit careless. Okay, so we are checking here. It's 0-40, and after king d7, rook to a1. Computer's not impressed somehow. Says you can still go back, and after rook h1, what you do is knight d6.
It looks very similar.
And knight f7. Yeah. Okay, you know what I can do? I can go to h8, and you go to, let's say, f7, and I go to a8. So I accomplish the full circle and start the second one. No, I was saying something. So it was, how to say, it was feeling like white is getting somewhere, but when you check with the computer, it's always like equal.
Yeah, maybe he just want to, I don't know the word, like make him dizzy, like testing him. I don't know.
No, of course, yeah. That's. I've lost the word as well. Like, I want to say maneuvering, waiting for, kind of to confuse the opponent. Yeah,
confuse. Yes.
Probably to confuse the opponent. We'll see. It's not like Valerio is getting confused. Till that point, he was playing very solid game, I have to say. And by the way, this position I have has nothing to do with reality. The knight is on e8. Yeah. So there is that. Then we could once again move to Pichot on board 4.
Let's see if there is any progress.
Yeah, well, there is. I don't know if it's no. Well, actually, since I have the engine running, now the engine says that Pichot is winning.
Yeah.
And I will switch off the engine and try to see, kind of with human eyes, what went wrong here. So 96. Honestly, I don't like f4. I don't know, why would you go f4? Maybe it's not such a bad idea. So, full disclosure, I know why f4 is bad, and it's connected with tactical oversight. But I'm just trying to debate with myself, like, if there is no tactic, I still feel like f4 is not a great idea. Because you're getting this pawn closer to the black king, so if the king can get to f5, it's easier to attack the pawn on f4 than it would be on f3. And the tactical problem with f4 is that black has h5 move. And then if you take, it's rook takes e2. Yeah, again, the double attack, rook takes e2 and knight f4. And
very nice
he
fork.
Probably blundered this one, I think. I think he blundered. So he went f4 after h5. He was forced to go back. And then it's rook d3, and he was forced to go back even further, h4, like black makes various kind of progress. Rook h1 was not played though. Rook h1, maybe you just go h3, and then this, and then this. Yeah, so white played rook a1 instead. And now, I remember Engine was saying like black is winning, but I don't remember the move, like knight c5 to e4. But it's clear, right? Like when the third rank is discovered, the king is cut off. The moment black king shows up on f5, you probably lose this pawn. So rook a1 is a clever move, because now if you go king f5, there is this check, I'm guessing. No, it's not the check. I was thinking this is like a clever check, and if you go here, it's even a checkmate. Yeah, but you can go to g4. There is something else after king f5. Computer says rook a7. And if this, then what? Rook behind? No, rook a8. Not impressed at all. Okay. So this is something. Apparently, and computer knows it for sure, of course, this is a draw.
That is true.
Yeah, two F and H pawn, or let's say A and C pawn. There is like this knowledge that a lot of these positions are draws. But if you never studied this specifically, you won't be able to tell like which one is draw and which one is not.
No.
Yeah, well, and to my shame, even if you tell me this is a draw, there is no guarantee that I will make it. Well, I have a rough idea how to do it, but again, there might be some tricks. So all I know, if both pawns are on the third rank, this is winning. Like if you get the pawn on f3, pawn on h3, you're winning, or with white, sixth rank. But there is kind of a next layer to this one, right? So white is ready to sacrifice the f pawn in order to exchange the knights, and this would be drawish. But Pichot actually plays a clever move. Knight c5, rook h1, knight e4, kind of consolidating. Now, after king g2, he has... wait. Rook d2, same thing again. Take the knight, go knight g3.
Oh.
So probably rook h1 was the final mistake. I don't think you have any... Yes, after this check, you don't go here, I think. If you go here, there is this. Right?
But rook
maybe
h2.
This, and then we can pin it with knight g3. Maybe just h3 is enough. Look, I mean, it's such an awful, like nothing is moving. Yeah, so he went king g2, and then after rook d2. No, wait, rook d2 is not played. He's still thinking. He's still thinking. He didn't play king g2, or did he?
No. He's still thinking.
Yeah, he's still thinking, but there is not much, honestly, not much he can do.
Well, he has 3 minutes, so...
He has 3 minutes. King g2, let's show once again, loses to this thing. and then after king f3 we just take on e2, and if king takes, it's a check, and we win.
Yeah.
And even the knight is not trapped. I mean, we would win anyway,
Yeah.
but the knight can go away on g3. Yeah, so somewhat unexpectedly, but Pichot will be on 2 out of
He
2.
cooked
Yeah,
very well.
he cooked very well, yeah. And one of the longer games, it's 51. Well, maybe not such a long game in terms of like moves they played, but it was very tense right after the time control. So a lot of time spent. Yeah, a lot of time spent. So I think we wait for this one to finish, and I don't know what we're gonna do with Sugirov, because this position is not changing. They go back and forth. And okay, we are shown Andrea. Let's check Andrea.
Oh, Andrea, yes.
Yeah. Does she? Well, what I see is her pawn has moved. Not the right pawn though. But
Oh no,
she's
yeah.
down to 1 minute. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's very...
So bishop g1, rook e1, bishop a7. Like, feels like black somehow lost coordination a little bit. Like it's all over the place. Like it was like the bishop on g3 was great, in fact. Remember when it was back in the day, it was on g3. Rook e6, g4. Still says black is completely winning. There is nothing to worry about. The g pawn is running.
I'm so nervous for Andrea.
Well, why would you be?
Because I'm rooting for the stream.
Yeah, well, that's understandable, but again, you cannot influence this game whatsoever. So what's gonna happen is gonna happen, and yeah, well, yesterday she has shown that her tactical talent is still sharp, right? I mean, she has won. But yeah, but judging on these two games, there is a feeling like she's like tends to spend too much time, and it's a second day in a row that she's getting in the time trouble like relatively easy. I think she had the time trouble in the kind of first part of the game, so reaching move 40, and now she's again in the time trouble.
Yeah, but the opponent with 12 years, I think she is, I'm not sure, 11, is really strong.
Yep. All right.
We can see them in the full screen.
Okay, so little girl, what do you play here?
Not too much
I
time.
remember king c4 was something that computer was saying, but it's probably not so important. It will be decided. I feel like this game will be decided with like some silly mistake, and I don't know who's gonna make it, but it's very often like you can feel that the tension is very high, and yeah, very often people would blunder something, and not only, let's say, streamers in tournament B, but even in the candidates tournament now, as Gukesh was much better against Perugia in the first, and then he blundered.
Oh my god, yeah,
and
that was so...
and also it had, like the similar feeling, strangely, so that he's better and he has the control. Then he was probably better, but he lost control over what's happening. It was clear, like, time trouble, and he was not sure, especially looking at the camera, he's not sure what to move to make. He's about to touch one piece, then moves with the other, and it all ended like he blunders, he loses.
Your morality goes down because you lost the big advantage, maybe.
Yeah, it's one of the most impressive, if like we are looking a little bit back at the candidates tournament, one of the most impressive things was not the fact that Gukesh has won, or someone didn't win, or someone lose too many. The most impressive fact for me that Gukesh has won after such a loss to Alireza, so that he managed to recover, and he, I think, won the very next day, and so on and so forth.
With 17 years old.
Yep.
King.
So king to c4, that was one of the moves that computer was recommending, and then black just has to push the pawn. So Andrea has 1 minute 20 seconds to push the pawn forward. g3, g2, g1. Yeah, and maybe the tricky line is that it looks like white prepared to go b6, but then you just take, and you take, and you go g2, and after rook b1 you go rook f1,
nice.
and the pawn promotes and black wins.
Less than a minute to decide.
And now I cannot find this game again. I want to update to the position on the board. Well, what's happening? I can see again people playing Philidor's position. I mean, it's like one of the lower boards of tournament A. But again, people play rook and this rook endgame, Philidor's position in the rook endgame.
She didn't push the pawn.
She didn't push the pawn. We can try to check and see if it loses the advantage or it doesn't. I don't think so. I think she's still fine. Yeah. In fact, it might be just as strong. Bishop b6. Still. So the worst, in fact, is the time. I think the evaluation didn't change for maybe 10 moves already. She was winning and she is winning.
Yeah.
The real kind of challenge is the time for both players. Okay. Well, to update you, Pichot has won. It's officially over.
Yeah.
No move followed after 94, so we've seen the last position. One just resigned. Then Sugirov, nothing happened yet. Maybe something happened? I don't know. Oh, well, actually, you know what? On board 2, in fact, something has happened, it looks like. I don't know, there was a lot of maneuvering back and forth, as you remember, and then finally, Black completely forgotten about his B pawn. So this was the position, and he could do something. Computer says King C7 is absolutely fine. And then King will guard the A file and so kind of switching the roles, right? And instead, King E7 and Rook B1, and he loses the pawn.
Interrupting the king, double pawns. Okay.
So strangely, it's not the end because still White is not kind of
he resigned.
He resigned. I'm surprised, honestly. Well, it's probably lost, but still, you could try on, and it's just it's a sign of disappointment.
Yes, he's really
he blundered and
he's
just
upset.
lost in one move.
Yeah, he just don't want to play. Yes, doesn't want to play anymore.
Yeah, well, there've been examples when people were so upset with themselves that they would resign even though the position is dropped. Like, you think, I've blundered so terribly, and how can I play this? And now I resign, I don't want to see it. But if you would pay a bit more attention and look for resources, so I'm famous for resigning a couple of maybe not drawish, but games with chances. Yeah. One of them in the World Cup in the second game, so that was reasonably painful. It was a long time ago. So I'm fine with it. So I'm back to the streamers game, to the game of Maddalena Corvi and Andrea Botes. I didn't expect this game to last too long. I mean, usually, it's almost the end of our broadcast. Usually we finish with some boring end games from Grandmasters, and this game is going on and on and on.
Both has less than a minute.
Yeah, they're playing on seconds.
Probably everyone is so excited for this game.
Yeah, well, they should be. What's going on here? Rook d6. I would guess that g3 is still winning. Maybe not. No, maybe g3 is not a great idea. I'm thinking sacrifice the bishop and go g2 and pretend that the line is the same. Maybe it is. I don't know. Computer wasn't. Wait. Again, a move was played. It's bishop to e7. Maybe bishop e7 is even cooler. Bishop e7 hitting this, then I'm still waiting for this guy to move forward for the g3 pawn. So apparently instead of bishop e7, g3 was a reasonably good move, and the point is if you take d8, then it's just g2 and rook to f1.
Yeah.
But anyway, in seconds, we do not care what computer was saying. Let's just watch this one. Meanwhile, I'll just quickly check again the top 10, maybe like anything closer to top 10, just to see if
Maybe we.
at some point we will get results. Let's just wait for this game to finish. Like somehow, it is the most interesting after all. What can I do?
Yeah, they are playing fast.
They are playing fast as well because that's not so much time left. Yildiz Gurel is still playing. Not sure what's going. Well, it's just a draw. Gurel, they're still playing. Okay, this is their position, but now it's white to move, so white takes h2, then takes c2. So it's just. I'm a bit surprised that this game is still in progress.
Yeah. Okay, finally she pushed.
G3.
Finally.
Let's go back. G3.
Yeah.
G3 and can white stop the g pawn at all? I'm not sure. Now the rook is on c6, not on d6, so it's not exactly the same. And what's going? Rook g6 check. Wow.
Okay, what is that?
It's a tactical trick. So now if you take, she's going to play knight e5 and win the rook back. And I think black should be still winning by going to maybe h5, maybe g5's fine. And then if rook takes, we probably have this move. So what I want to kind of show that I think this is winning. Check, bishop c7 and then g2. And it probably promotes. I have a feeling that this pawn promotes. But yeah, it's not that easy to calculate when you're in seconds. King h7 was played instead. But this is a dangerous mindset, I have to say. Like when you trust your opponent. Bishop your opponent plays a move and you're not trying to refute it.
No.
You do not try to refute it. Yeah, like
Just
first thing we have to do is like, what? She blundered the rook, I want to take.
Yes.
But maybe there was not enough time to calculate. So white apparently just played something. But
Yeah, I don't see.
Rook
Okay.
back to d6. Now come on, and now g2 wins.
Yeah.
Now g2, rook b1.
G2 has to be enough.
Yeah. Of course. g2, rook b1. Rook b1. You can also take this guy. No, g2 is
No, she
completely.
just took the bishop.
What's going on? What's going on? G2, G1. She doesn't want to push the pawn. Back to e4. Just to check, for how many moves black's position was winning?
Yeah.
Maybe 30. Maybe it
Very
wasn't 30. So somewhere around here we started like black's position, and then e3 takes. Okay, this must have been completely winning. Bishop e4. Yeah, must have been completely winning somewhere here. Yeah, I shouldn't have exchanged the bishops. Maybe I think like if you go something like rook f2, there must be like a few moves left.
Yeah.
So do not get into time trouble. What can I say? Bishop a5, king e4. g2 wins once again.
G2, she just need to push the pawn.
G2 wins
I think
once
she
again.
did it. No.
We don't know.
No.
Rook f1. And she's still winning. Knight f4. Okay, so this stops the g pawn for now. But then now what's winning is rook e7.
Yeah.
Check on the e file.
and is winning the knight, maybe. Or,
Yeah, it does. Or promotes the
Or
G pawn.
promotes.
Like if you block, then yeah, rook
and she's
e7
going.
check.
Yeah.
Rook e7 check. Oh. That's funny that we seriously will finish the broadcast with this one, because I'll just quickly check everything on top. Oh, like 10,
This is-
12,
This is a really exciting game. Then.
14. I think all first 20 boards have finished by now.
We have like 1,500 people watching right now.
Yep. Yeah, there are like some games are still in progress, but you're right. This is kind of the best we can have. This is the best
Yeah.
we can have.
Yeah, and then we finish like in
Absolutely.
the next move.
Not only them, but we will finish as well.
Yes, we will finish.
We'll finish with this game. Maybe if we have it ready, we could check the graphics for what you call the results, right? If we'll get the results for top 20, top 30 boards. So now rook e6, you can do rook f4 and rook e6, but much better, of course, is to take on e6. No, not this one.
No, because now she has to fight the.
This is a good recipe not to win at all, because you are getting the wrong corner,
Yeah.
the kind of wrong bishop. If anything, I'd say, no, I was thinking bishop c7, but yeah, okay. So the
Now
game will
we are
go.
fight to win this game, because the H pawn is that
Yeah, yeah.
pawn? It
So-
promotes in a light square, and she has the dark square.
That's
I
right.
don't know if this is important or.
It is, yeah. So for our viewers, I'll just show that if something like this happens, if rooks are coming off the board, this is just a draw, because the king stays on h1, and the moment you get the king on g3, pawn on h3, it's a stalemate. Right, you cannot, you're not forced to stalemate the king, but you cannot kick it out of the corner, pretty much. So this is a tricky situation, because, wait a second, let me get it back on the board, the real position, not the one that I've just ruined. Bishop c7 check, king h4, yeah, that's the one. So the reality is, this position is winning. I don't know about the b5 pawn, but it shouldn't make any difference. So this position is winning, but if you do not know how to win, it could be very tricky. It could be very tricky. Well, once or maybe even a couple of times in my life, I saved it as a weaker side.
Because white has the pawn on b5, so it's not that simple to win it.
The b5 pawn, yeah, but at the same time, like if you, what she's doing now is correct. Like you have to activate the king, right? And these pieces, okay, including the h pawn, very soon will start creating threats to the king. So white will not always be able to keep the rook on the b5. Well, by the way, rook b4 is not bad, but then say we go here. It works, right?
Yeah.
Here, discover
Oh my
check,
God.
take the rook. So this works.
Yeah. Okay, I think.
But it's not trivial to find. So she, of course, wants to keep the b pawn under control for as long as possible. By the way, this might be a better move, because now she's threatening rook e3, and it will be like almost a checkmate.
Yeah, and probably the girl will stay in that rank just to stop the check, but no, now she's moving. She's going.
Back to
She's
the third rank.
yes.
Okay, so now you give a check, I think, and you probably block it, and then you want to bring the king even closer. So my point was that you should start creating threats, and when the rook leaves, you put the rook behind the passed pawn. and then you remaneuver the bishop, let's say here, here. So you will win it eventually, but it is a tricky position to win. Yeah.
It could be.
It could be over, but yeah, what to do? Anyway, we found ourselves an entertainment, and also you're getting some viewers. That's a good thing to have. Is it literally the last game in the playing hall? Can we get like a full, full playing hall view? Because from what I can see, it's probably not, but it's probably not the last one. There are some games, but not too many. We can see 3, maybe something on the other. No, there are.
Yeah, there
are some games. It's okay, 5, 6, but yeah. Anyway, one of the last, not the last, but one of the last. Let me see. Do I have something which is live and I have it on the digital boards? Well, there is, but I refuse to look at Philidor's position in the rook endgame. People play it for 30 moves already. Does make sense? Okay, there is one position that actually made sense, but I don't think it makes. Don't think we have to analyze it seriously. Just another game which is still not dead. So I will go back to Andrea's position just a second. We'll go back to Andrea's position. So at least we will kind of have a bit of fun here.
Yeah.
You know what? There is other thing you could do. I think, wait, what she's doing, she went bishop, check here, no, I'm confused, what's going on? She didn't go check, she went check, king e6, rook e6 back, king h4, bishop b6.
And now...
rook b4, and now the girl blundered and rook e3... wins. It wins because bishop d8.
And after rook d4?
Rook d4, nice try. But you still have this point.
Okay, she
nice
saw
try.
it.
But this is good. This is good. No, rook d4. Honestly, I was looking for the way to first get rid of the pawn and then go for it because I think it was pretty much the same time we realized the king is like it's in the threat of a checkmate, but it also is stalemated, right?
Really well played for Magdalena.
Okay, rook c4, and now attention, checkmate in 1.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Finally. Yeah, there was a fun game.
Yeah, good game. Magdalena has a very good
she was fighting well.
Yes.
She was fighting relatively well, and it was I think Andrea should have won, of course, much earlier.
Yes.
And then what? They're analyzing this.
Yes.
And if it won't be for 5 hours since the start, I would even show how to win this position. But probably we will kind of save it for the next time.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, that's seriously. Now that there is this b5 pawn, I'm thinking it might be a bit problematic. I mean, it should be winning, but without the b5 pawn, I know how to win, and it's not like I'm proud, but I kind of am.
That's why you have to study endgames.
Yes and no. This is like, I mean, a part of me, of course, wants to say, you have to study endgames because I spent, a lot of years studying endgames, so now I'm jealous that you are not studying. No, of course, it's helpful. With all seriousness, it's very helpful to know at least, like, precise positions. And you don't have to spend much time, but there is a set of things you have to know. You have to know like basic rook endgames, because some people say, okay, I am very good at calculating the lines, I will figure it out.
Yeah.
But then what happens? You play 5 hours, you're already tired, you're in a time trouble. And this is sometimes like, it's a difference of having half a point or full point or
Yeah.
losing.
Your
So
brain is
you will not be able to calculate.
no.
You will be like in this stress, and if you know, it's automatic, right? And there are like sometimes even, I'm sorry, but some shameful examples when grandmasters cannot checkmate with the knight and bishop, or like holding with the rook against rook and bishop is not so easy. In fact, like, I mean, it is easy if you know. If you don't, it's tricky. But come on. Anyway, you do study endgames, but anyway, Andrea, nice game. She wins, and we are ready to show the results for the top boards before finally ending this reasonably long day.
Yeah.
Yep. So, top 10 boards. Fedoseev makes a draw. Sugirov wins, so he is one of the ELO favorites and leaders at the same time. The biggest upset of today is Shevchenko. The biggest surprise: Shevchenko loses against Yankelevich. So we've seen this game. Then Pichot on 2 out of 2 again, and then quite a few draws. Like Lagarde couldn't win, Murzin with black couldn't win, Chigayev makes a draw. Then boards 11 to 21. Let's check boards 11 to 21. Even more draws. No, that's starting from 20 to 30. Yes, so that's the ones like 20 to 11 to 20 we don't have yet, but here from 20 to 30, you see, like a lot of draws. Lot of draws. Yeah. So it was rough, and and here also like 3 draws, and then Samonenkov losing to Kaczmarek. And there have been other surprises. Okay. Already reasonably tough round for the favorites. And
until now, good games today. Some Catalans, no?
Yeah, and what I'm thinking that it will only get harder for the favorites, so they should better prepare to play well. And for the streamers, they should get ready to play each other. If not in the last, if not in the next round, maybe.
That will be a really nice game and very entertaining. Also.
And which channel it will be streamed? Because it's called the Botus channel, right?
Yes.
I mean, and then from whose perspective is going to be streamed? You don't know.
But I'm partial. They love both. I don't know. Yeah. But tomorrow will be a very tough round for the top players. We will see Van Forest back in the first.
Well, actually, Van Forest, after winning today, he's coming back. I don't know about the players. It was a very tough day for the commentators. We didn't expect 5 hours. That was too much. And the toughest day for the commentators will be, I think, round 6 and 7, when we will have a double round. But for this, we will have a special announcement. As for now, please come back tomorrow. Same time, same place.
Tomorrow.
3 p.m. local time here in Sardinia, and adjust to your time zone accordingly.
Thank you, Miro. Thank you, everyone, for watching.